We're going to make a superior battleship. I need to come up with something that can do like that to all the other battleships. So that's kind of cool. In any case, we're going to build a new battleship project, and I got some requirements which I'm going to show you right now. The project is called Q for now, and its objectives are 1. Beat the Ragnarok at lower materials than the Ragnarok. Now, the Ragnarok tournament thing has some other rules, but I won't adhere to these rules really. I got my own rules, but I will take some inspiration from those rules. The second requirement is to beat the Draconia and Borderwise's Titanslang. The Draconia can beat the Titanslang, but not all of the time. It usually does, but not always. Which is why I want to make that the new ship I'm making should be able to always beat Borderwise's Titanslang Mark 1 and Mark 2, because in some sense I think Mark 1 is actually a little bit stronger. It has better crams. 3, and most importantly, is to look good. So I made a big boy called the Broadsword. You've seen that. It looks pretty cool, and I like that aesthetic a little bit. I did that a little bit for the Fred Battlecruiser for Captain Scuba Rocks, but I did a little bit of that aesthetic, but I want a big ship with aesthetic. So the Ragnarok is like 2.2 million, so that's where we're aiming at, basically, under 2.2 million. I learned a lot of new things since I made the Draconia, so I think I will be able to do a better ship than the Drac. So here we have the ship I'm trying to make. I want a little flat, thinner front like this, and I want this like cast iron style here. And then it's gonna be a pretty thick ship, like this. It's gonna have a lot of empty space. And I want a normal back there, and I want turrets stacked in different levels. We're probably gonna go with some main weapons of Cram, and we're gonna have some auxiliary sniper cannons. Then I'm gonna make a pretty high superstructure. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna design this, we'll see as we go. But this superstructure will be very important to get that broadsword look. I can insert a little picture of the broadsword here so you can see what I'm talking about.
Alright, so here we are, literally in from the depth. Right, so we should begin with construction, and the first iteration I will show you is this beast. So I'm trying to do a really cost-saving maneuver here. I really want to only have like armor where it matters and just skip it where it doesn't matter. So since it's very uncommon with submarines that go underneath you and shoot upwards, I kind of feel like I don't want to spend too much on armoring it too much from below, except the turrets. We're gonna have some pretty light armor where it doesn't matter, so we're actually gonna have a pretty thin bottom ship. Alright, so we have some weapons on here too. And this is my never used before except in some other videos perhaps, but it's pretty new. This is the Crusher. So if we go to sub-objects mode, cram turrets. By the way, all my Patreons can access all of my turrets and prefabs if you want to have them. That's the way. $1 a month. Right, so here we have it. This is the Crusher. And it is a turret 17. I might release some turrets to the public sometime. However, but I don't know which of them. I have so many. In any case, this is the Crusher. It costs 171,000 materials. It is what you would say a complete tank of lambs. Like each of the, like this shell here, it has 143,000 health, and the mill have 130,000, and this one the same. And you can see they are 15 seconds, 18 seconds. They come pretty frequently, so they are big shots. And these are, of course, hollow point. So these will crumple and crush most armor types bit by bit. There is nothing that can defend you against this except deflecting the shots. So that's what I wanted to have. because I do know that the Ragnarök 2.0 has some extremely formidable civs and LAM system. Like, the budget for those is unusually high. That thing has better civs and LAMs, or a more expensive better civs and LAMs than most ships of that price range, I'd say. So I really need something to get through, and I am pretty certain that these boys will get through. It's a pure hardener, and it has a hollow point thing somewhere. Here, these are actually the stoners. So these are the crushers, and these are the stoner Class B mortar turret. And I'm thinking to have 6 of these mortars, because if anything doesn't confuse LAMs as much as mortars, I don't know what does, because this is also a hollow point, by the way. They will go through, deal a lot of damage to the deck, really remove the deck armor, because most people use very thin deck armor. And they will occupy the LAMs, which will make it so that our crams can probably get through. Well, that's the first iteration. For my second iteration, I have added the... these are completely crazy. These are my mini bolters. And we looked a little bit about them on them at the adventure mode. It's 125 millimeter. They're pretty crazy. I don't know if I have a fire control computer somewhere. In that case, I think we should add one and check them out a little bit. Just check the sound of them, because I love the sound of them. Okay. Listen. Isn't that beautiful? And here we have the regular bolter. As I said, we looked at them a little bit in adventure mode, and like, this thing fires pretty quickly. It has a RPM of, well, 2000, and this thing has an RPM of close to 200. So they're pretty fast firing, shoots a pretty good party mix. I can't show you this. I'm sure all of you don't watch my adventure mode. So this is Scorch Head and Super Cavitation, so we can shoot underwater line. This is armor piercing secondary heat, also Super Cav. And then we have a visible tracer with a skimmer tip, so it bounces. It doesn't hit things underwater, it only hits things above. It kind of bounces off and hits the superstructure, and that's EMP to deal some AP EMP type of damage, because the skimmer tip also has some AP capabilities. So you can see armor pierce modifier 1.4. So basically it's made to disable detection. This thing is a completely, it's a little bit of a different thing. I'm not sure, I think it might have 3 shells. I spent a long time designing these turrets, actually, like a really long time. So the distance between the first iteration and the second is kind of long, because I spent so much time developing these turrets. Yeah, I know you already saw them in adventure mode, but this is basically where I made them, I believe, for this project here. So it's an armor piercing heat for this one. So it's a small one, or 125 millimeters, not super small. We have a hash, and then we have a disruptor conduit and EMP. So that's a little bit different, and that's because this thing shoots so fast we can weaken shields with it. And if we weaken shields, we can get through with our crams. Ain't that smart? Right, so that's what we've been doing there. We added some basic power, like these are really efficient, my little custom jet engines there. We added this little tower thing here just to kind of get a sense of where the superstructure will be. As I said before, I want to have a pretty high superstructure. And I believe that this thing actually... Oh yeah, I just spammed propellers here, so it actually floats. And I did say that I wanted to not have water pumps, because water pumps just lag too much. So we're gonna skip that. Yeah. Just to test, I'm actually gonna spawn the Ragnarök, and we're gonna see if our weapons get through. So this is the first official test, and see if we can get through the civs. I'm gonna turn on God mode for this thing, because of course it doesn't have any armor. And by the way, I started to use asymmetrical armor for turrets, so all my new turrets have all the armor in the front of the turret and no armor in the back, because it's so rare that the turret faces the wrong direction. So I think that's a trade-off that's worth it. Of course, from time to time, a drone will be behind you and try to shoot, but man, we do have armored turret wells as well, so, you know, you gotta spend your materials wisely. And that's kind of the main thought behind this entire project. I'm trying to spend my materials so wisely that I just don't use like armor in a place that it's not needed. So hopefully it will pay off. And man, oh my god, how embarrassing it will be if this build doesn't defeat neither the Ragnarök nor the Draconia or the Titan Slang. That would be a complete failure. But you will see later on if it does that. By the way, a little update, it's up to 1.6 million, so it's starting to be expensive. I don't know how we will solve this budget, by the way, but whatever. It's Robas meal time. Here is the Ragnarök. And I wanna pause this because I wanna... God damn it, it escaped. This bar is so funny. Here it is. I hope you're hungry. Anyways. Right, so this will be kind of interesting. Oh, look at that. Many of the shots get sniped by lambs. It's so fast. You know what? I think we should turn down time a little bit. We're gonna see. Alright, so here comes the first Khorram barrage. And this is like, these have loads of health, man. It's so much health. It's completely insane how much health I put in these. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Of course this is just empty air, but it's a pretty fail-safe method. Oh yes, 2 of the barrels completely gone. It's like, of course, they will be able to shoot still, but I'm thinking this is a pretty good strategy. Here we got some shots bouncing as well. And there a new Khorram barrage is coming in. Ah, you can see they are actually getting through. That's so nice. That's so nice, because most Khorrams won't get through the Ragnarök. It's very good at killing Khorram shells. Of course, hollow point damage ain't the best, but it's something. Yeah, I think we can use big Crusher Khorrams to do this. And you might wonder why we have several barrels. Well, that's basically because if one of these shots hits our Khorram turrets in the right spaces, they will be completely disabled. So I thought it's a good trade-off to have several firing pieces. Even though the individual health of that shell will be lower, it's high enough that it will get through when it is a hollow point. And it adds so much redundancy with adding multiple barrels. And there are some advantages of multi-barrel turrets, but I found out that those advantages kind of decrease a little bit the larger we get. When we're really large, it's mostly redundancy that we get. If we have some smaller Khorram turrets, it might be more material efficient per firepower to have several barrels. But I'm gonna make a proper empirical testing video about that in the future, so we can clear that up once and for all. In any case, this test is a success. The Crusher Khorram turret does get through the defenses. And there we have it, the third iteration of the ship. So, what did I do now? Well, I basically spawned everything I got that I think could fit on this system, just to see around how much this would cost. And the bad news is, the really bad news is that this cost 2.1 million. And as you kinda can imagine, I can't make a armor scheme that will work for this. Like, if I make an armor scheme that is gonna cover up this thing, like, after all, it's how large is this thing? It's 341 meters long. If I'm gonna make an armor scheme that would protect it, I think I would reach somewhere around 100,000 if I only use wood, like one layer. And that's of course not acceptable, we can't do that. But anyways, we'll go through a little bit and see what we got for types of weapon systems. So, here we have my Arqueballista Invictus. It is a sniper cannon that you also see in adventure mode that penetrates really deeply and that's meant to poke holes under the waterline of enemy ships and make them sink. And that's one of the methods I thought to use to combat Waterwise's Titan Slangs and the Draconia. No, not the Draconia, that's floating. I meant, of course, the Ragnarök. I think I might want to combat them ships by having a sniper cannon that shoots holes under waterline so that they sink. And that's a good method. And this is a pretty nice 480 millimeters. These shells travel at almost 2000 meters per second, and they are sabots. You will not stop them very easily, and they shoot a shot every 10 seconds. I'm pretty happy about this design. I am. I spent some time doing it. Here we also have a nice little like auxiliary turret, 49 millimeters, almost 400 RPM. More like, yeah, something like that. And it shoots HESH shells really to annoy and detonate any eventual ERA armor scheme that you might have. Here we also have the larger version of the 60-70mm Vigoletta system. This is the Vigoletta Mark 5, I think. This is the Vigoletta Mark 4, it's smaller. And this is, of course, a really nice thing shooting. I don't think it's even rail assisted. I think it's pure gunpowder. But it shoots some really dangerous shells, and they are actually sabot frag, really weird combo, but I did tests and they work better. Here we have my new Octodad diff gun. They are 479mm, just to make them a little bit smaller than 500 so we can save on the blocks a little bit. And well, that's a diff gun. It's the optimal diff setup. It's super nice, deals a lot of damage. Smaller diff cannon, what do we have here? Here is, this was used on the Slabman. If you've seen the Slabman challenge, it's there. It's also featuring on the Battle Cruiser for Captain Scoober-Oxen. Here we have a stealth dagger. It's a smaller cram turret, lower tier class, but it does provide some stealthy shots because at 1300mm, the detection range is only 257, which means that a lot of the Civ systems will not have time to aim before it hits it. Now here is another little turret. I don't remember the name of this, but it's nice. Here we have my tall pipe organ. It's a really slow reload time, like over a minute. It's like 80 seconds, but they deal some decent damage. 40,000 health for this size of a turret is okay. Pretty tall though. Here we have some other cheaper systems, some even more cheap systems, and of course the laser turret that was featured on the Draconia. And as I want the lasers on this thing too, I think I want to have at least 2 laser turrets in order to not make it too volatile and too easy to take out. Pretty decent turret, and here is a laser cube. So this is a really big system that we can actually do like this. Here you can see we have some laser systems stacked up here, some basic storage, and they are connected up to each other, and they are then divided by heavy armor, and everything is EMP insulated and closed into a box. A very neat little way to make a laser system, I thought at least. So I'm gonna stick it on here because it's pretty big, and hopefully this will be powerful enough to beat the enemies. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a serious thinking session, and I'm gonna take some decisions on what of these turrets we're actually going to feature on the ship. Now, there is a small chance we'll have to let go of the mini bolter because this is a really expensive turret. I think it's over 300,000 in material cost. And while it's very cool, it's probably not that good. It's a little bit too much eggs in one basket with one firing piece. If we got taken out, a little too much of our firepower is taken out. So yeah, it might be a little bit scary. We might remove that. We'll have to think a little bit on which of these turrets we will use. What we do know, however, is that our cram systems, the mortars over there, And of course our main turrets here, they are able to get through the Ragnarök without anything else really. They're really hard to deal with.
We also got a name for the ship, and it's probably gonna be Gimli, or that's Icelandic, or the Swedish Gimle. So basically, since it's going to beat the Ragnarök, and it's one of the big reasons why we do this ship, we need this only thing that survives Ragnarök. Well, Gimle is the golden hole with the golden gemstones where all the worthy people survive Ragnarök. So, of course, we can't win Ragnarök, that's an impossible battle to win, but we can at least survive it, so that's why we call this ship Gimle. Beautiful. Okay, so what are we gonna have? I wanna have a big laser and some really insanely strong lamp system. I'm thinking to actually connect up my laser and the lamp system so there's power, same source. I want some kind of Hesh spammer, 300 millimeters or something like that. I have some specific number to get specific sounds. If you want to know how to get specific APS sounds from different guns, check out my tutorial about that. Then I want to use my bolter turrets. They're really big. You saw them in the Venture Mood. AP Heat, Heat Sabot Solid, AP Frag EMPs, I'm mixed there. I want some hollow point crams to really tank and completely make it so that the enemy CVs and lasers will not even be able to take them out, really high health point hollow point cram. I want a tiny missile laser system that just targets the enemy ship and just confuses their smoke so they get very confused. Alright, here we have the ship thing. So it's gonna be a right-sider, so I want to have most of the armor on the right side of the ship. Then I want to have some laser lamps and sieve stick around some turrets. I want to have them on deck too, like small things sticking up. I want 2 big cram turrets in the front, 2 big cram turrets in the back, and a couple of APS in the middle here. Then we want engines here, engines there, engines there. So we have engines in different positions, and one of these engines should be able to keep this thing floating. Because one thing I noticed, and that's that water pumps cause so much lag, block count isn't even a thing. I can have 100k blocks at ships battling each other with not having serious lag, as long as there is no water pumps. Water pumps really eat up my CPU and make it stutter, and I just hate that. So, to not make my system lag, I'm going to not have any water pumps. And if I will take some submissions of challengers that will challenge this ship, one of the requirements will be having no water pumps. Rules will come later if we do it, I can't promise that, so keep tuned for that. But if we do it, no water pumps allowed. In any case, that's the outline. This is subject to change. We might not even do that at all, but that's a little idea that we're going to get building from. So let's go.
And there we are. You might be wondering a little bit here, has anything even been added? I think you'll see. So we started to build on a hull. It looks like this. And when I spawned these turrets here and looking at the design we just saw, I felt like my current ship design was a little bit too elongated and thin, and I wanted a thicker design. So I have constructed this little board. I am very aware of that we basically have no armor from underneath it. So that is a choice I made, to have very little armor where I don't think it's needed. And this makes us extremely susceptible to torpedoes coming from below. This ship, we're going to try and make it pretty fast, so we're actually just going to ignore torpedoes completely, because you can always counter a ship with something, and torpedoes is something that we choose to not focus our resources on. So if it might be a problem sometime, maybe we'll have to update it and add anti-torpedo defenses. but we're not going to armor very well against torpedoes. We're going to go for redundancy instead. So here is one of the engine models I've made. S-Corp main engine Type 1C 4K power. So this thing, obviously, it produces a lot more than 40k power, but when we are putting it under heavy load, it only produces 40k power. So I tested them under load to decide, and under load they're 40k, so that's what they're listed as. Right, here we have some different armor slabs. I developed some different types of armor. You can see them in the cross section here. So this is a pretty heavy armor, and it's using a little bit interesting setup here. So the first layer of armor is very thin like that. It's only one slab of metal and one slab of wood. And that is because if we're hit with HESH shells, if we're having a spall liner that's like 50% of the armor, from our earlier empirical test, as you may have seen, this basically is the best setup against HESH, having a spall liner this strong. And that should not be able to, whatever the strength of the HESH, if they shoot against this, I don't think they will be able to get through this armor at all. And this armor isn't very expensive. However, this leaves us open to, if anybody sandblasts away this first surface layer, they will be able to get through with the shells afterwards. But I'm going to build a pretty spacious design, so even though this is like the outer wall, there is going to be a lot of empty space, and we're going to have some interior armor as well. So it's okay that I have my air gap so near the surface of the armor, because we are effectively going to have another air gap, because we're going to well, have interior armor. Now we had some discussions before and tests, and we now know that checkerboard armor is less efficient. I talked with some different people in the Discord, like Pete Summer, Balkent, Scarabas, and all those names. I don't even remember who's in the discussions, but basically checkerboard armor isn't very good. It's useful in some certain circumstances, but in general it's not a generally good design. So the Draconia had it, and it is a-okay, but it's not the best, because High Explosive has gotten a little buff, so when a high explosive shell detonates in a enclosed space, it has a damage buff, so it deals more damage. And when we have a checkerboard armor, if the wood gets blown away very easily, an explosion can get into that empty space and effectively deal more damage to the blocks around it. And that's the theory around it. It seems to be correct, but we're going to do an empirical testing video about checkerboard armor, because it indeed seems that it's better to just do like this, for example. So we can kind of put them in slabs like this instead. Should be better than having them, than having them like that. Because we want 2 layers of metal stacked on top of each other, because then we can get the armor stacking bonus. In any case, I'm thinking what armor scheme I'm going to use here. This is the heavy armor. You can see it has actually 2 built-in air gaps, and that's of course not needed. It's just that it has the equivalent of 1 block of heavy armor, but it's ported up like this, so if a shot hits this thing and destroys it, we still have a surface that the shot can get deflected on. For example, for armor-piercing heat shells. Pretty scary stuff. Well, in any case, that's basically that. This is the heavy layer, this is the standard layer, and this is my super heavy layer with like 4-meter beams of heavy armor. And I think this is a little bit too heavy to have on this design. I'm going to go more for redundancy than heavy armor. Well, anyways, this is the shape of the ship, and the other side of the armor is already set up here. It's gonna be a right-sider, so I only expect some stray missiles and stray stuff to come in from this direction. So it's using a pretty thin and light armor here. So this is the fifth iteration of the ship, and the fifth iteration basically cost 3 million because we now have started to build the turret placement. So as you could have seen from my little outline, I wanted 2 big cram cannons, but I'm thinking maybe we'll go with 3 big cram cannons. And this is the Crusher cram we looked at before, which will go through the Ragnarok's lambs and most other systems, Civ systems, like as well. But these are some high health points, boys. Here we also have the Arcaballista Invictus, the 480mm sabot sniper cannon that's designed to shoot underwater parts on ships to really make them sink, which is one of the other strategies we'll use to tackle the Ragnarok. And I decided that it is better to have this shooting at a low angle. I can't have it here in the middle as I thought before, because I want to shoot under the waterline. And if I'm shooting under the waterline, like if I'm up here and shooting down, you can see if I'm shooting under, I might do like no damage. But if I'm like here and shooting underwater, I might do the double damage. So just a few meters up and down for a submarine or subsurface sniper cannon like this matters a lot. So all of my Arcaballista Invictus will be moved to a position where it's pretty like low. Here we also have some basic armor for the engine here. We don't need a lot of armor, but we want something that can catch up some stray shots from above, no, from in front of it and from the side. Because of course the ship will spawn with its nose to the enemy, so we'll need to have some armor in the front. Not much, we mostly need to be lucky, but we need to have some armor. And here you can see the shape I talked about in the earlier video here. I wanted this kind of boxing thing going to a flat little surface, and we're going to have a cast iron structure down here. So this is just a flat little simple surface, pretty cheap armor. Nothing important is gonna be here, it's mostly there to be hydrodynamic. Here we have the 6th iteration of the ship, and I started to play around a little bit with having some diff guns here perhaps. We'll see. Here we also have some interior armor, and this is another checkerboard pattern. And I'm wondering how it is the case with the stone and metal, because their health values are pretty similar, like 16 and 12. So this should give each other some kind of AP bonus, because stone is more efficient armor technically than metal. But I don't know, I think we'll need to test that later, but I added some of that here because I had my prefabs. So I maybe use this some interior armor, but I think I'll need to have proper turret wells as well, because otherwise we're gonna be pretty sad. We added our laser cube here. So this is the... maybe I can do like this actually, to just show you. This is like the laser cube. It's an integrated laser system, and I hope this will be protected enough to survive. It's pretty well protected up, and it should be able to deliver laser to lambs and damaged lasers in a decent way. I think it costs like... I think it's a 45,000 power laser. Yeah, continuous of course. Here we have a little AI core. We're going up here with the largest of my AI cores. This is the same core that's used on the Super Battle Carrier, I think. It's pretty nice, protected, well set up, has automatic shield switch and stuff integrated. So I think it's gonna serve us well. It's gonna provide us with like 4 AIs? No? 3 AIs. Yeah, it should be 3. Here I also added my S-Corp's 80k power generators, because of course the Arcaballista Invictus uses a lot of power to shoot those railgun shells. It's like a mixed system, but we need some decent power. So that's why we have so much power here. However, I'm not sure I'm gonna have them at the same place, because you know, they might get shot at. And we have some heavy armor framework here to just keep the turrets up. It's pretty unlikely that they will be destroyed completely. Here is a battery actually, if we just remove it. Here it's an EMP insulated battery. This thing is pretty expensive. Like man, one of these batteries costs like 800, so I don't know, that's like 100k or something. But I thought we could have a little battery here behind the turret, should be pretty well protected. So we have some power generation and stuff like that. Still haven't decided on the armor, but maybe in the next iteration. Oh my god, look, we have armor. Just kidding. We just started the outline. I decided to go one of the models that only have one layer of metal in front of it and one layer of wood to get that maximum spall lining effect. Because some people use HESH to great effect, and I want to make sure I'm pretty well protected against HESH spammers. Here, by the way, we have a sonar decoy, because I thought it could be a good idea to have a sonar decoy in case we get some, well, torpedoes that are sonar. And we have also started to add these. These are, of course, my pods of Azipod pods. They are this one. I made it for this application, but they use 8,000 power each. Pretty nice, provides pretty nice thrust, and we could have them in the front and the back, and we should have some decent speed and maneuverability. I removed the turrets, the cram turrets from the back portion here. So I have 3 here. I'm thinking to have at least 4 of them, so I left one, I removed the other ones. And unfortunately, we're still like 2.8 million, and it needs to cost under 2.2 million. So man, I don't know, we may need to rethink a little bit on our armaments. Oh my god, we removed some more stuff. I'm thinking I'm wanting to have all of these units here, kind of, but on this one. But we're still 2.793 million. And I know we should spend the most of our budgets on firepower and not like armor, because spending that on armor is just a waste of material usually. But man, we're so far away from 2.2 million. It's gonna be a little bit tricky to get this to a cost-efficient way, like seriously. I don't know, we'll see what to do. You can see I wanted to add the cram turrets in the back here. We have my nice little turrets here in the back. And I added another one of these arquebalistas down here just because I really want to make sure we have good redundancy. So we can have like 2 in the front. Yeah, I added another one in the front if I forgot to say that. So we have 1 here and 1 here. And the thought is, since this is a right-sider, I imagine these both can aim to the right pretty well and shoot targets on the right. While still sharing the same plane, because we want them both to be like low slang and under the cram barrels, of course, because otherwise they'll collide with each other. And we have 1 extra here in the back for redundancy, and I think we should really be able to poke some holes in the enemy. And man, we're a little bit too expensive. We're gonna see what to do with this. I did add the Azipods in the back too. Our little vertical propulsion system just to make us steer and everything like that. So by now we should actually be able to like steer this thing. You can see we can turn. I can like go, like of course this is mainly dead weight, but we can go forwards and turn around and all sorts of cool stuff. Isn't that nice? Well, the time has come to test the armor scheme, but I just thought a little bit with my armor switcher here. I thought it was a little bit annoying that we kind of are in the like wrong direction all the time. So I'm kind of thinking like, what if, I think I have a fix, like what if we have a spin block here? Oh man, that's upside down. If I have this upside correct, well, like that. Now we can build on this plane. And now we should be able to get it back here. And I think you're gonna see in a short little second what I'm going to mean here. So if I just placed this here, like that, perfect. And I'll just go to this block, Select another one that's a little bit shorter. Oh my god. Oh, so now I can build on this. And I don't have to be tilted. And I can use my GHJ. GHJ. Oh my god, that's amazing. And I can change this armor upright. Isn't that smart? Using a spin block to change the direction. Wow, I'm feeling very intelligent today. Oh my god. We're going to do some tests. I have worked together the different armor schemes a little bit before here. And by the way, they are all, you can see there, available for all the commissioned officers in the army of Jimmyism. So I just want to give a huge thanks to our channel supporters, the commanding officers, Admiral Super Dave, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Ayak Devoter, Commander Ayak Devoter, Commander Eugene, Lieutenant Asteria, powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. It really helps us out to make more videos and stuff. In any case, here we have the standard level hull armor here. Here we have the direct hit capable super heavy armor. And here we have the normal heavy armor. This one costs 4,000. So I made them cover the same surface. They are differently thick, but they cover different surfaces. And these two have some alloy in them just to give some floatiness and better internal armor. In any case, this one has a cost of 4,269. This one has a cost of 6,336. And this one has a cost of 1,944. So we're going to test their effectiveness, and we're gonna do a cost-benefit analysis and see which of them should be the main armor. First out, we're gonna test regular armor piercing, which is of course the most normal type of shell tip you will meet. We have a lot of AP Frag, APHC. So let us do the direct hit capable. Did not go through, only did some damage there, okay. And this, by the way, is like 200mm shells, so this could be a sandblaster thing almost. So it's good if we can survive some sandblasting, I think. Now we have the heavy armor here. It destroyed one heavy armor block. Alright. And then we get the thinnest armor here. Bam! It didn't get through! That's nice. Okay, so it did destroy this, of course. We don't have an air gap left here. But it didn't get through. Well, okay, so they're all safe from sandblasting. We're gonna try Sabot. I actually expect this to be able to shoot through all the armors. If we're gonna do a Sabot, let's do what I have, 480mm. I think it should be able to penetrate all of these armors. But let's just test. And something like this, I will not try to defend against, because I don't think we can. Oh, okay. And what about the heaviest of the heavy armors? Ah, melts right through. Okay. Sabots, we can protect against Sabots, like not in a reasonable fashion, because of course Era doesn't defend against them either. So I think when it comes to Sabots like the Arqueballista Invictus, we'll just have to understand that they will go through, and we'll need redundancy for this reason. And of course, we can spot protect some areas like the AI that we just cannot lose, but in general, we can't defend against that. Alright, now we're going to test 400mm heat shells. So it's 400mm, it's heat, and we're gonna test them against the armor types. Oh! Awesome! It didn't go through this one. And do remember, like, this armor costs 1,944. And this one costs basically like more than 3 times as much. And this one, it costs the double of this one. So that's why I thought it was remarkable. I thought they might be able to get through, but that's cool to know. And then we're gonna do the next one. And they shouldn't get through, of course. No, just destroyed one layer. We should be able to fire a couple of more of them before we get through. Yeah. We're gonna go back to this one actually. Fire another one. Yeah, it gets through on the other one. And let's try this one, the heaviest armor. Bam. Doesn't go through. Oh. It felt like we hit it right on. Well. So against the big heat shells, they all protect for one shot, but I don't know, we should have an armor that can protect against a like major shot from one point, but I don't think we can design it in order to take several shots on the same spot, because we're of course not gonna overspend on armor. So let's do the same with the Hesh. Alright. Bam! That deals some heavy damage. So we're 400 millimeters again, but it just spreads out there. Bam! And the second shot gets through. It only protects against one Hesh there. This one. These are a little bit tough. Whoa! Oh my god! This one also just protected against like 2 blasts there. Wait, that's the wrong shell. Excuse me, we forgot to do one of these. Okay. 1, 2, didn't go through. 3, man, and the 4th one. Okay, okay. Well, that's good to know. How about our middle armor here? 1, 2. Can zoom in here. 3, 4. Okay, weird. And this is just double the expense. Oh, and of course, the heaviest armor. 1, 2, 3. What? Also 4. You know what? It's really. I did already think this from the beginning, because when we designed this, I did some small tests and I found out that this armor scheme was pretty efficient. But man, I didn't expect them to take equally much, even though this is like smaller. That's a little bit crazy. That is a little bit crazy. But of course, the damage done to this part is a little bit less. It's less spread out. But seriously, they protected kind of equally well. This is definitely a current favorite. We're gonna do a hollow point shell. Let's see, our AP is 38. That should be enough. And I think we're going to max out the gauge on this thing. And we're gonna see what types of damage we do here. So, first armor. Bam! Ooh, very much through on 2 shots. That's some serious damage. And the middle armor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Much better, much better. Oh, and we go with this thick one. 1, 2, 3. Also 4. This armor isn't as strong as I thought it would be, honestly. Let's do some AP frag. This is pretty normal. Maybe not at like 500 millimeters, but probably like 450 or something like that. It's a strong shell. So, let's try out AP frag. Bam! Ooh! It got through! I need to see that again. Bam! Okay, didn't get through this time. This time, they caught it. Oof. That's some scary stuff, man. This one. Bam! Oh! The armor piercing just melted through here. Bam! Didn't even stop it. Did go straight through here. Whew! Yeah, I don't know if we can protect against that. And that one just melts through. Of course it does. Yeah. Cool sound. I don't remember what I labeled that sound, but I have a video about that. of all the, what is it, 11 APS sounds? 20? 30? I don't remember. I should say, however, that these are some pretty, like, strong shells. There is a lot of there is a lot of chemical load in these. They're, of course, only set up for testing, but a lot of people don't use as big shells as we're using here. A lot of people are using smaller shells. But I've set up an armor-piercing secondary shape charge, so a secondary heat. We're gonna see what types of damage that deals. Melts right through. Can begin with this one. Melts right through. Well, it should be pretty similar, right? Since we are having the same kind of gauge. Ooh, and it gets completely pwned by this armor. It doesn't. Oh, what? Does it perhaps exactly hit the spot here so it actually detonates the shaped charge and bypasses the air gap? That's a little bit scary. Do we actually need a like physical air gap to prevent this? I think we may do. Like, since it's a wedge, it's hitting straight on. I wonder if we can use this to our advantage by having just a total heat spammer, an AP heat spammer in very low gauge, and we could get some lucky shots to go through even the best armors. We're gonna try some sand/gravel blaster here. So we're going to go with the first armor here, and we're basically set up a, well, it's a sabot shell. It's just 125 millimeters. Wow, it melts through pretty easily, doesn't it? Did I set the RPM on this thing? Because, yeah. 1 shot, 2 shots, it gets through in 2 shots. That's not very good. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots. Only takes 3 shots? It's like only 125. Man. 1, 2. 3 on this too? So this is better, but I don't know, man. I guess this is a pretty insane shell. I don't know if it is, but it deals a lot of damage, this thing. Interesting. Interesting. You know what? I really like this armor scheme. It's like half the cost. I feel we're gonna use this armor scheme, and we're gonna use this one on some spots where we want some heavier protection. And I think we're just gonna skip the direct hull capable one, direct hit capable one, because it really isn't. And I'm going to build on the 10th iteration, which will be the next one, because the last one was the 9th. And I'm gonna be back. Die Gimle battleship, 10th iteration, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I have built a lot on the armor here, as you can see. We have also started to outline some structures here. So, I did go with the cheaper of the options, naturally, because it was almost as good as the other ones, but cost half as much. And this one, I put a little section here with the more expensive armor, just because I think I'll just need to protect this laser core a little bit. I just need to make sure it's not damaged, and we're having it out here a little bit, since the enemy can be in an angle like this, or an angle like that. It's not gonna be straight broadside, most likely. And then, since I don't want to lose the Arqueballista Invictus, I did put some heavy armor here too, because a shot could theoretically go and kill both of the turrets in one shot, which would be very sad. So I did add some front-facing armor to this turret too, so it wouldn't get damaged early on. And yeah, that's basically what we added here. We added that type of armor, and I started to add some shapes and general outlines of the structure. I'm going to have the same type of armor there, with just 1 layer of metal and 1 layer of wood like that. And we of course kept our thinner, lighter armor on the side here. Just 1 layer, 1 little spall liner there, and just like this. Very basic stuff, because it of course, in the best of worlds, won't even get shot one time, so we shouldn't spend too much on it. Yeah, but hopefully this will be a better armor and a much better armor scheme on than the Draconia. Since wood is technically the best armor in the game, since it has the most amounts of health points if we measure it with armor. I think it has the most amounts of health points times armor class than any of the other materials. So wood is actually pretty good. But it's not good to have it too much on the surface, and the Draconia had that problem because then you can get your health points pretty quickly burnt away by a big laser. So it's kind of good to have at least one layer of hard shell in front of it. Of course, we're gonna use a lot of heavy armor, and that is for the turrets. So you can see we have some turret wells here. I don't know if they were here before, but it's one layer of, well, some pretty heavy armor poles, and we have metal armor poles on the side that will not face the enemy, just in case like a cram or a missile with frag lands behind the turret and we don't want the fragments to get easy. We don't want to make the fragments go and do damage to the interior of the turret too easily, basically, as you might understand. So that's what we added there, but this is the 10th iteration, and we're going to think a little bit about how we're going to develop it more. But our largest issue right now is that we are a little bit too expensive. We kept this turret here and we're still, like you can see, 202 million, almost 3 million, and that's of course too much. We moved around some stuff there. I decided to have the materials under the turrets here, so they should have some decent protection. But yeah, it's pretty expensive there. Now this is the 11th iteration. Just did some minor changes, removed some turrets and stuff. Well, this is the 12th iteration of the ship and the last one for this episode. As you can see, we have started to outline some beautiful shapes around the turrets here, make it look pretty cool. I'm really looking forward on shaping and designing this ship to look super awesome. But now we are finally getting rid of that extra section. So of course I won't be able to keep all those turrets. We're gonna see what we can afford or not. But now we're only costing 1.7 million. Yay! We have some basic armor in the back here. We got what we set up to do, and I'm thinking we are developing some nice shapes on this thing. But we are going to get back onto building this ship next time. This is the 12th iteration of the ship, but well, I think we have been looking at the armor long enough, and hopefully it will perform as well on the battlefield as it performs in my small tests. And we are building a super battleship in From the Depth. If you haven't subscribed already, you should definitely do so. This is the last thing we looked at, and well, I've started to add some lasers and stuff like that, and the armor is added, and I might update this armor later on. We'll see. I'll need to do some more conclusive tests, but it has come to my knowledge that wedges have some very specific uses, but the beam slopes might be better. But this armor is completely adapted for this type of kinetic damage in this stage, and I'm not sure which one I will use. But anyways, we're gonna move on to the next iteration. And this iteration is obviously a saved file, and if I'm gonna be truthful here, I'm not actually really sure what has changed onto this iteration. Any case, here we have my AI compartment, so it's the same as the other one, and I have a side compartment here, because you know what? I needed some extra stuff here. So this automated control block sets the decoys to 0, and this one sets the shields to 0 when there is no enemy around. And of course right now we don't have very many shields, but whatever. Then we also have a little setup that uses general PIDs to control roll pitch and altitude. And I have found out that unfortunately the general purpose PIDs, I think they're a little bit better and a little bit more reliable than the AI itself for ships, because it just feels like these general purpose PIDs, they're just deliver a little bit more results. I don't know, it might just be me. But that's how I set it up, and as you can see here, I don't know if these are new, but I added large 7-meter propeller, we have a 5-meter there, and of course these are using a lot of power to keep afloat, because do remember, we are not going to use water pumps on this build. Now, I have decided, yes, I will accept some submissions to battle this beast, whenever it is done, but I will give you the rules and outline for that next episode. In this episode, we will not go through that, because I'll need to think a little bit on a few details first. Well, this is apparently different. And this is version 13, and maybe I was superstitious and didn't want to stay too long at version 13, so we're gonna move on to version 14. To defend against certain targets, we need a pretty good LAM system. And I have started to build some LAM nodes that go through the entire ship like this, connecting up to different spaces. So I have the LAM nodes on both sides. This will be a right-sider, so we will only have like actual LAM nodes on like the right side of the ship. But I have the LAM connections on both sides to add some redundancy, so that the entire laser network should not go down, even though a pinnacle LAM point was shot out. That's the plan anyways. So we have the little network there, it's going like that. Pretty handy, and the first LAM node is even here, so we have a little thing that can help us get rid of some stuff coming from the front. Ooh, and I do believe we have some nicer looking turrets in the front here. Yes, we got my barrel elongated little cute cram cannon, it's nice, and a diff gun there, just to add some extra firepower and looks. And a new little LAM node on the side here to save our front from shots. I think that's that. We got some interior armor going down there. This is the battery. I think we already looked at that, but that battery is like, it's like really expensive. It's like 4 million. This battery is like 4 million. If we get shot there, it's gonna, yeah. It's not gonna be good if we get shot there. I think we showed that, by the way. I removed this interior armor, by the way. That stone metal checkerboard pattern, I think it has to go. You know, I'm gonna do some more conclusive tests on that in a future video, but right now I'm thinking it's probably not gonna be very efficient. In any case, you can probably see I've been doing some beautiful shapes here. I hope you notice the golden details, the colors of the AOG. And about the rules for the future battles, I will tell you this: anything that's more expensive than 2.2 million will be disqualified. It will not be accepted into the battle, and anything that uses a single water pump will also be completely disqualified, just so you know. Oh, look at this beautiful cast iron part. If you've seen the first and second video, you do know you've seen my little sketch on how I wanted to make the front of this. And now you can see I have successfully managed to make the front that I was looking for. We have this little cast iron thing that kind of looks like some kind of mechanical replacement for a real bow. I don't know why, I just wanted to have this detail, and now we have it, so I'm happy. This, I'm gonna show you this. This is a little template I built. And you might say you shouldn't have the things, the shields so close to the surface with only one layer of heavy armor protecting them. Maybe not. But they're completely EMP insulated. So, no matter how much EMP someone uses, this shield layer, you can see I put them, I need to show you this. I think this is pretty amazing, by the way. So, let's see here, shields. And then we have shield distance measuring stick. Look, I have actually made like measuring sticks so that I can measure the distance in between where I should place my shields. And I even did this thing. I did a diagonal measuring stick so I can know where to place the shields in relative to a like slope, which we'll have on the ship. I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah, and all my files are accessible to all the commissioned officers in the Army of Jimundism, starting from $1 a month. If you also want to support the channel, that's something you'll get back. In any case, this is my ammo barrels. I'm very happy about this design here, because you can see it is actually not a complete layer of heavy armor, because I have found out that a cubic lot, how much cubics is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cubic meters of ammo can be stopped by some heavy armor, but we don't need full blocks. We can use half blocks like that and have some distance, and distance is a great way to make them not chain react. And we only need heavy armor on the side here. We don't need heavy armor on the sides, because they won't chain react like this far in between. What I've seen so far, at least. So, or I did test them with some pretty high ammo requirement units. So I'm pretty happy. Like this, we have an ammo compartment. It's completely protected beside the turret, because of course this side will be facing the enemy. And another little detail I have found out, you may notice I have a super weird pattern of some like square corners on the side of the hull here. And you might think this is just a cool detail, and it is not, because I have found out that this is a pretty cheap and helpful HESH protection. Because do you remember when a shell hits a surface, if the angle is acute, then like the shot will deal less damage. So this also gives us some texture on the front that makes it deal less damage to the Tetra, and that will have a very little effect on helping it not penetrate as deep into the rest of the armor. Even though that like effect doesn't actually carry through, the first angle doesn't carry through to the blocks afterwards but the thing that it didn't deal as effective damage to the first block will make it so that it goes deeper. So even though this is just a square corner, if it's like hit at a really acute angle, like the effective health of this block will be much higher. So it will help. But the real reason I put this here is actually against HESH. Because HESH, the direction of the HESH spalls is decided on what angle the HESH shell hit the armor. So if I have a HESH shell hitting this armor flat here, the HESH spallings will go straight in and deal a lot of damage to all of these beautiful wedges, and some will even get through into the armor. But if the HESH shells hit the angle here, it will actually direct its way down here, and it will deal more damage to the surface of the armor and not so much damage deeper into the armor. So having these weird angles in the surface, according to my small tests, makes it so that HESH is a little less scary. And since the Tetras are so cheap, I thought that was really cool. Just a fun little thing. Oh, and I added the tall pipe organs. These turrets are completely insane. They're 200 millimeters, reloads once every 80 seconds. I think their firepower per volume, now these are multi-barrel turrets, but I think their combined firepower per volume is actually pretty awesome. It's just the caveat that they shoot every 80 seconds. Not great, but you know, each of these shots, they're kind of 40,000-ish, all of them. So it's a lot of health in all of these shots. They pack a punch. I'll give them that. They pack a punch. And they happen to be the perfect size to fit here beside the turrets here. So I think they look pretty cool there. I think we should have them there. And I think they might help dealing some damage, even though I'm not sure they will get through the Ragnarok's defenses. But alas, the Ragnarok is not the only ship we will need to beat. Because I heard that we want to beat the Turtle Lord, but Setup/E-Lord made another ship that unfortunately beats the Turtle Lord, which is called the Rhino, which I pitched against the Draconia, and now I need to make sure this ship beats that too. I don't know, this is gonna be crazy. We need to beat so many ships. And hopefully not miserably fail at beating all of them. So let's just keep trying and building. Hey, distraction! Look at how many cool details I put on this turret. The Arcoballista Invictus is beautiful, is it not? Like the video if you agree. Next iteration. I've continued to build on the armor. We have the beautiful details. You can see the ship is really taking shape here. I think it looks pretty nice. But that's just me. And I'm the builder of the ship, so that tells you absolutely nothing. In any case, what I have been doing is I've started to build on the diagonal armor. You can see here I added some of my templates there. Kind of the same type of armor, but up here. Some alloy, some stuff like that, and you know, anti-kinetic armor, to be quite specific. I decided to have some kind of opening here, not sure what we're gonna have there, but we'll see. I have, in any case, started to build on this little back portion here. And I think that's pretty funny, because since this is in one of the extremities of the ship, it's not very likely to be shot, is it? It is not. Oh fuck. The plan was to make the ammo not be able to chain react anyways, because this area is very unlikely to get hit, and we needed some more ammo on this thing. So I put some here, and I'm gonna fix this so it doesn't chain react. Anyways, it's also very unlikely to get hit, this area, if I didn't tell you this. I already told you twice, but I'm telling you a third time to look less embarrassing. Thank you very much. Jimodism, that doesn't work. Your inner thoughts, you should keep them to yourself, because you're making a public fool of yours. Okay, never mind. Instead of making a public fool of myself, I'm gonna talk about the next point, which is, the diversion plan. These are the turrets. You know the turrets I just lined up on the last ship because I wanted to see my options, and then I removed them all. Well, I went through all of my turret folders again because I missed all of these. So I went through the folder and I spawned all the turrets that I might potentially want to have here. This is a heat hash spammer thing. This is of course the Vigoletta Marksman 5 that happens to fire the 67mm water bottle that I designed on my merch store. Check YouTube. Here we have a pretty efficient diff gun with 8 arms. This is another Vigoletta Corporation sniper, and yes, I make up corporation names that doesn't make any sense, and I do it only because I think it sounds cool. Let me do it, thank you. This is a deck gun, isn't it cute? It's also useless. This is a pack gun. This is a 3-lens pack turret, and it's actually much better than I have than I thought, because this happens to be my first serious pack turret that I have ever designed. And it's pretty funny. I think I did it on a stream. If you're not following me, you should definitely check up on my streams on Twitch. They're all on Twitch, sorry, not YouTube, only Twitch. Follow me. So, it's 1 EMP, it's 1 piercing, and it's 1 impact. And the thought is that the impact one should shoot first, and then the other ones, oh god, never use this damn thing. I need to resave this blueprint. Anyways, the thought is that the impact pack shoots first, and like a millisecond later the pierce pack shoots, and the next millisecond the EMP pack shoots, and if we're really lucky we could potentially like EMP crit something. Now this turret is pretty decent, to be honest. I never seen what I described actually happen, but I'm praying that it will someday. Ooh, Azusa from our Discord, she suggested that I should probably have some kind of system that just uses a guided laser to kind of focus on the enemy where the laser is not focusing. So this thing focuses on the enemy where the laser is not, so that the enemy will always disperse all its like steam materials all the time. And not only where the actual damage lasers shoot, because most people's like smoke dispenser system actually gives out some smoke when we shoot or when we point a missile guidance laser on it. This is just a like kinetic missile, just because I thought that the Ragnarok has so good civs, and I again want the ship to beat it, so I thought that I should probably use some systems that just don't die. More crams, you've seen this before in earlier videos. More crams, you may have seen this too. This is the Stoner Cram Mortar, which you've seen before, will be used on it somehow. And this is the Bolter, which I hope I will be able to use, but I have started to get some doubts, because this boy isn't also extremely cool, only. It's also very expensive and probably not worth it, but it sounds cool. Instead of worrying about what turrets I want to use, this is the next iteration. And I have continued to perfect some beautiful details and shaping of the hull. And this area we don't expect to receive much fire from here. So we have really thin armor here. And when I'm saying really thin armor, oh boy, I mean it. Because I have made the armor thinner on this side. So it's 1 layer of metal, 1 layer of wood, empty space, some alloy and some wood for floatiness. So I made this thing a lot thinner just because I wanted to save materials. No reason to have a darn spall catcher. Why do I need a spall catcher if we're not even gonna have heat missiles and heat shells and whatnot coming from this direction? So I just removed it. Saved some materials. Ain't I smart? Thank you, I am. I'm just kidding. We have some armor adding here, I don't know. We're gonna see what we're gonna do with the inside, but I'm starting to understand that the inside will be an empty void. Look, you know my Hesh reasoning before? I made the same thing with heavy armor to hopefully not make the laser die so fast. Well, I guess that's probably that, isn't it? Is it like, is there anything more to this iteration? I think there may be not. But look how cleverly I have hidden these 3-meter propellers. Isn't it beautiful? I just feel that this ship, in its current state, would probably be pretty shredded by like super cavitation sandblasters. Anyways, no, scratch that. I'm not giving you any ideas on how to beat this thing. Shh. Oh, and this is the next iteration. Isn't that fantastic? Which is iteration 18. So, as you can see here in iteration 18, I forgot to cover the beautiful little donut, the golden donut on top of the white here. I'm very conflicted about this. But you can see we have a nice thick deck armor layer consisting of 1 meter of wood. Amazing. I think 16th century shipbuilders would be quite impressed with 1 meter of wood as armor. So let's just move on. But I think it looks pretty cool, and I started to add the golden details in terms of alloy here. So I have kind of decided that we're gonna have all the gold in alloy specifically, because I just found out that alloy gold looks much better than metal gold, doesn't it? Or I did find out that a little bit earlier, but as you can see, we have started to add these beautiful decorations, staircases and all that. And isn't this cast iron detail like little, I don't know, rännsten in English? Help me someone. And I even added some beautiful metal blocks like this to make it look smooth and everything. Applause, applause, thank you very much. Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of that for this. What did I do? Yeah, but in all honesty, we're gonna do some pretty thin deck armor, because honestly, who uses mortars? Well, I am, but not very many do use mortars. The Turtle Lord is, but other than that, nobody uses mortars. So I don't think I'll need to worry about them too much. So thus, according to my own planning and outline and reasoning, which you should probably look at in the first and second episode if you haven't watched that already, is that I should not armor where armored does not need to be. Doesn't this look pretty cool? I think it does. In any case, that's it for this iteration. I don't know why this is a lot cheaper, because I don't remember exactly what I removed, but if I haven't said this already, the laser has finally gotten a proper placement. One of the lasers will be placed here. It's off center, if you didn't notice that, because I want it to be a little bit asymmetrical, and it's encased in a little heavy armor sleeve, and it's standing on a little heavy armor sleeve itself, so it should be pretty sturdy. We're gonna add another one, by the way. Welcome to iteration 19. Observe the glory of the Gimli super battleship. Well, it's not done, of course, but as you can see, I have continued to shape the outline of the hull structure here. We have really thin armor on this side, very thin armor, thinner armor on this side. We have a beautiful wooden little support structure on the inside, and we have thick armor on this side, which I know you all in comments have been complaining about is too thin anyways, but I don't care, because I want to spend my materials on loads of firepower, because my personal belief is that the bigger gun wins. But we shall see. I might spectacularly lose, of course. In any case, look at this. I've added the thick little like slope to the top of it, and we are going to build a pretty big superstructure. So that is why I really want to make sure that the ship is like pretty bulky like this, having these big angles, because in the center of this, as you've probably seen from episode 1, I want to have a glorious superstructure, making us remember the broadsword. Also, a beautiful little golden encasement for the laser turret there, and stuff like that. I don't know if there is anything like important other than this. This is my new little blueprint thing, which encases a laser warner, a munition detector thing, and within that system here we have a completely EMP insulated smoke dispenser and a shield. So they can't be killed by the EMP. They're completely surrounded and embedded inside of here. So I thought that was pretty smart to have there. So it's basically the same as this, but it's with detection for both smoke and projectiles, and very, very handy. I'm thinking I should have some guns like here and there and there and there, but we shall see exactly how they will look like. In any case, this side is of course empty and boring. I think we should probably have a lot of text there. Well, in any case, let's move on. Look at these beautiful cast iron details below the water. I just love mixing stuff like this, making stuff looks like other materials. Like we have actual like brass, gilded brass, and we have like cast iron, and we have painted steel plates. I don't know, just my imagination. But this is the iteration 20, and again I did some detail fix whatever. Not exactly sure what changed from version 9. Oh yes, there it is. So I have finally decided what to do it with one of the outputs. This, my ladies and gentlemen, is a laser. So since the Draconia had the problem where the laser died, we're gonna have a laser turret here, but we're also gonna have a laser turret here later. But on top of that, we are going to have a hull fixed extra laser output mounted onto the side of the turret, completely EMP insulated and everything. Isn't that quite beautiful? This little arm connects up with heavy armor and has insulated pads with rubber, connects it up to the laser system, and will be able to completely fry enemies as long as we can maneuver and keep them at the right side. So we have an extra laser output. Isn't that very, very smart? I think it is, because the Draconia died every time its laser died, but when its laser didn't die, the Draconia didn't die. And now we're going to look at the last iteration for this episode, but before that I just want to thank the seagulls for keeping me company. Oh, and you for watching the video and liking it, of course. Also subscribe if you haven't. In any case, I'm just kidding. Thanks a lot for watching, like seriously. Special thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of Jimodism, of course. Special extra thanks to all of you, which is Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, both new big supporter. Isn't this kind of amazing? Our largest supporters of the channel did join the commissioned officers, pretty close to each other, like in terms of time, so I think that's pretty cool. So thanks a lot and super welcome Admiral Super Dave and Captain Y to the commissioned officers board. We have a special Discord, by the way, for all the commissioned officers, or we don't have a special Discord, we have a special channel in the Jimodist Discord, which is free for everyone, which you should join, I can't speak, if you haven't already, because it's there are some pretty cool people there, and there is always someone to ask if you wonder anything within From the Depth, and we have some really good members that really knows a lot that can answer. In any case, let's continue. Commander Ike the Boater, Commander Aegean, and our lieutenants Asteria, C2, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. We also have our cadets Robert, Shark93, and Marty McBacon. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. So we've been watching this build in the meantime, and that just takes forever. So let's just spawn it in here. Here we have it, Forever 21. Just kidding. This is the 21st iteration of the ship. Do you like pause time? Can you notice this beautiful shield detail I have designed? It kind of looks weird, but also not. You can see the angle is actually straight. It just looks like it's pointing upwards. Isn't this shape very beautiful? I'm extremely proud of this shield shape. In any case, look at the decorations. Isn't that nice? And we have a little turret sticking out here, the cram turret you saw earlier. Pretty powerful thing sticking out here, helping us with some firepower. We have railings, beautiful railings. We have inserted the Stoner cram mortar. I have realized that I will not be able to fit 6 of these as intended, so I will suffice with 1 of them for the meantime, and we'll see if it does anything. What I do know is that we can't fit another turret here that's sensible, so we're gonna have the Stoner here. Hidden in this little box here, we had to cut out some ammo, but whatever. The Stoner is here, and well, now I am lost. Better. No. Oh my god. Anyways, the Stoner is here, and well, from the depth camera you can't get used to it. So I hope it will provide some help with getting through harsh labs, but we'll never know. We're probably not gonna have more than 1, except if we have to. But you can see it's like clearly taking shape here. We have some stuff going on here and there. We have some... we don't have any new details here. The shield was like my main achievement, but of course, as you've noticed, we have the second laser turret in place. It is also a little bit off-center, but in the other direction, to kind of give some nice little organic feeling to the thing. So we have a second completely, not independent, but a laser output that's connected up to the same big laser system. I think that's pretty cool, having several lasers connected up to the different systems. And I've started to expand the laser here. Here you can see I actually have a little laser compartment down here to provide some help. I think that's a charge laser, by the way. It's like a Q1. So we have a Q0 laser, and we're gonna mix in some Q1 pulses there to really drill into the enemy. I have also inserted a little extra AI core, and this way to use the rubber tetras to kind of make it so that we can look inside the AI without needing to like tear everything apart. I think I learned that from Bell Kent in our Discord. A reason you should join, you can ask some people there. You can see it may look like we have connection to heavy armor, but we don't. We're completely insulated via rubber. Isn't that quite cool? And we can still access the extra AI targeter. So the purpose of this AI is to provide an extra targeting point, and I'm gonna connect up things so that we can utilize that targeting point. We are building on the super battleship, or the superior battleship. This is not the super battleship, it's only 2 million, I think it's a regular battleship, but that's just my scale. If you want my scale, join the army of Jihmadism by self-assigning yourself Matros 3rd class in our Discord, and you can see my pinned message there with my classes. And I probably will add some type of approximate cost-ish thing to them, or size or something like that later on. In any case, here we have the last iteration of the ship, and this time we are actually going to build on the superstructure. So here we already have the next iteration of the ship, and we can't really see it, but we're going to go through this little model and see if we find anything new. But about that, I also want to give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of Jihmadism who are supporting the channel very much on Patreon, and it helps very much. So a huge thanks to our Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenant Asteria, C2, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. It helps a lot. Oh, and we also have, of course, our Stellar Jihmadist C2 and our Venerated Jihmadist Powered by Greed. So that's super cool. You're also YouTube members, and you can support me on YouTube membership and Patreon as well. In any case, I hope you've seen the last episode, the finals of the Slabman Challenge, because it was quite epic, and we dealt out some cool rewards in the Discord. You should probably join the Discord, by the way. And you should definitely check that video out, because Kevin, with a 1 instead of an I, made a very cool blueprint of the Stridsjagd made by Setup, a blueprint desk mat we've made out of this. So do check that out and see what he created. It's a wireframe thing. It actually really looks really amazing. I couldn't do that myself, so thanks a lot to Kevin for helping with it. So let's see here. I'm trying to keep track, of course, what changed. Oh, look here. I forgot to do like this. Repair all, because I retrofitted this. But isn't that quite amazing? So here we have the start of the superstructure. And as you've seen from earlier models and earlier like drawings, actually, like actual drawings, you saw that in episode 1 and 2, you can see that we're gonna have a pretty big superstructure. And this is the base or the ground level of this superstructure. Right here, we basically have a thin layer of metal. We won't really have anything important behind the superstructure. It's mainly there to look cool, so yes, it will be a complete waste of material and it will inhibit my chances of making a ship that's really good combat-wise. But I'm also thinking that any shot that's aimed against the superstructure is a wasted shot. So it may fill some type of function there. And in the superstructure, this is going to be right-siders, so we don't need to have cram cannons on both sides. But this is, of course, the cast bronze goblin-inspired cram turret. You know, my ancient goblin turret. But a new model, the cast bronze thing, lead millimeters, very funny. And it's just aiming out of the side here, and the other side is going to be open, and this is also going to be some type of entrance thing. Right, here we also have some space for auxiliary detection. So nothing fancy, just some holes there so we can have some extra detection, because of course we want to make sure that we don't lose all our detection, and we don't need it for this side for obvious reasons. Yeah. Here we have the cram mortars. Them looking really cool. We got the decorations, really thin deck armor here, so that's probably somewhere an enemy could aim to deal some damage. It's like, is it like one layer of wood? Why is it 2 layers of wood here? Oh, because I have an... Yes, this is a really cool thing if you want to make things that look cool, and that's have like small elevation differences on surfaces. I find that helps very much. We have the laser output here, so of course we have one laser here, and we have one laser here. We've also connected up a LAM system onto the superstructure. So right now this is a only 120 meter range engaging LAM system. We have 3 nodes here and 5 nodes here. And we're of course having the nodes there and in front, but we're not gonna go overboard with the amount of nodes, because our laser, remember, it's connected up to the same system. The LAMs and the damage lasers are connected up to the same system. Some of it is spread out here. We have some extra ones there, a Q1 laser, and we have the main Q0 laser down here. Then we got the output going out to the side to deal some damage, and we have some auxiliary cram cannons right here, mainly to look cool. I don't think they'll get through to the Ragnarök at all, actually. Here, or many other ships for that matter. And we got another cram. This is a little bit more meaty. I believe in that a lot more. We have a diff gun stuck in here, so it just looks like this is kind of a, I don't know, an entrance thing, and we just rolled out a cram, no, a diff gun, a little APS manual loaded gun there. Right, and the tall pipe organs are going there. So I don't know, that's like where we're at. We have most of the weapon systems already placed down. I'm starting to think, as said, that I may need to change some of the hull point crams to pen depth frag, because that makes a little bit more sense. But we'll see about that a little bit later. And of course, we have some pretty nice shapes going on here. But we're going to build on the superstructure, so let's load in the next iteration. I never actually did this version like this way before, but this is so cool. We can see we're slowly like repairing up so we get the new blocks. And we can just do like this. And ta-da! You know the Vigoletta Marksman 5 firing the 67mm shell that we actually made into a water bottle, which you can be checked out into the store. I need to get my updated version. It looks very funny. I just thought it was such a stupid idea, so I'm sticking with it. 67mm is a hallmark of the Army of Jihadism now. And the Vigoletta Marksman 5 happens to be an extremely efficient turret. And I don't know, I think you've seen this before, I don't know why exactly, but I don't think sabot frag should be a good shell, because a sabot head decreases the damage with like quite a bit. The payload is down to like 25%, so it should really be pretty bad. But I did test side by side with regular sabot, armor piercing and heavy heads, and the AP frag variant did actually shoot through armor faster than the other ones. So yeah, there we have it. I wanted one of these turrets here because it's a really good turret to use to basically blast off important things on people's superstructures. This shell is also equipped with a tracer, as you may have seen, which means that it's pretty accurate. Here we can see the powerful broadside. Bam! Pretty nice, ain't that? So there we got that one. I really wanted this one, and of course it's not super well protected, but the turret itself has some, well, on turret heavy armor. So yeah. Then I also added some extra cram cannons. I'm not sure we're gonna stick with these because I think, again, a lot of the smaller crams won't actually get through to the enemy. Loads of people have really good LAMs and Civ systems, and these small crams are probably just not worth it, but if the enemies didn't invest in a Civ system too much, which you should not over-invest in, by the way, you should invest in dealing damage, but if they didn't do that, of course they'll help. So yeah, by the way, I just love this shield, ain't it very cool? Like the video if you agree. If you disagree, you'll unfortunately have to dislike the video, but it's important you press one of the buttons. Thank you. In any case, that's like the extent of that, so we're all gonna move on to the next iteration. Yeah. One thing that I just realized is that I placed down my integrated, insulated shields, smoke dispensers, munition warners, and laser detectors things into the hull here, and this is gonna make it a lot harder if I decide to update the armor. So I guess it will take a while before we actually update the armor. Excuse me, but what? Oh, never mind. Let's move on. Next iteration. But we've started to build the frame on this thing. So you can see I decided to go with some super cool black outlines, some more cast iron structural things, and trying to do some really cool shapes with overlaying some decoration blocks on normal blocks to get edges we couldn't otherwise. Something I newly learned to do and using all the time now. And you can see I'm really going for this kind of cast iron, like 1800s Industrial Revolution type of industrial frames, somewhat like that. And I really like it. I just love this shaping and look of things. I just love this black iron, like linseed oil finished iron. So we have the frame here. You can see it's super weird. We're gonna make this superstructure like actually go out over the turrets. So we're trying to make some kind of support structure for it, because as said, this superstructure is gonna be pretty big. So yeah, that's like what we did there. I think that works pretty well. And I don't remember if this rudder is newly added, but I added that as well. We're keeping the cast iron feeling to the bottom. And we also have the connecting frameworks of iron going on here. And I do actually believe that this iron network is connected up to surge protectors to have some kind of EMP protection, so they just can't go anywhere. And of course, that we already looked at. But yeah, that's what we've done so far. And are you ready? I think you're. Okay, bam! Isn't that amazing? Look at that. I know I teased like this picture to the patrons and the YouTube members a little bit before, but now you all can see it. Wow. So, I don't know if you think wow, but I do. I'm really happy with this superstructure because you might remember the name of the ship is gonna be Gimle. Let's dive into the story of what Gimle is. Again, it is a golden hall where the righteous people will survive the Ragnarök, okay? So it's apparently a golden and gemstone roofed hall. And I think this is a good beginning of a great feast hall, because that's exactly what it's going to be. The thought behind the Gimle is that this ship is so great and so strong that we can afford to have a really big deck of feasting soldiers in the army of Jimmerism and officers that just sit as at this extremely long table with my newly designed chandeliers. Because of course we want to have chandeliers, don't we? Yes, we do. And they're just sitting at this really great table, having this amazing feast while the Gimle wins every battle. Especially the Ragnarök, so it, you know, will survive the Ragnarök, since, you know, that's the purpose of this golden hall. So they're just sitting here and feasting. The Gimle is doing and winning the battle, and well, that's the idea behind the ship. I'm gonna fix some gemstones in the roof too, see how I can design that, but it's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, we have windows going on here. I decided again to use all golden materials will be alloyed to kind of get a nice difference. And if you like the chandeliers, remember to like the video. And if you really like the chandeliers, you have to subscribe. And if you really like the chandeliers, if you become a commissioned officer in the army of Jimmerism, you'll get access to the prefab. In any case, we have the golden shields here on the sides that they're looking pretty cool, don't they? They're of course completely useless, but they look nice. And we're really going for this cast iron industrial frame all the way, unless where we have the gilded support struts. Right, so of course we'll be able to access the area from here in this part of the superstructure. We have a little staircase, and it's going up to this hall. I don't know what I'm going to do with this hall. Right now it's just a transit hall. Gonna have some basic detection in here, just because it's unlikely to get shot. We're going up here, and yeah, there we are. So I think I didn't add any. I think that's what we've been doing, like building on the superstructure. So let me load in the next iteration, because yes, there is more. And it's a bit more expensive but we added some cool stuff, like one of my favorite details. You see this? This is an actual ammo barrel, but I made it look like kind of a cram cartridge or something like that. Yeah, so I think that's pretty funny. It's like a round of big gun, and it's an actual ammo barrel. This will blow up, but it looks cool. I like that prefab. So in any case, I built a cram artillery piece for Ashes of the Empire we're gonna use sometime. If you've seen that, you've seen it in stream on Twitch, so sub there. Yes, that would be nice, but follow there is probably what you want to do. So in any case, what has been going on here? Well, we've been developing some details. We have some diff guns going on there, if I didn't show that last time. Like, honestly, I wonder why I, like, This is such a small difference from the last one. In any case, we started to add some cannons here. I think we should have some Age of Sail cannons to just have the right feeling. I have a couple of them there too. And yeah, let's move on to the next iteration. By the way, we found a place to put some decoys. So here we have a little radar decoy that we can kind of revert some missiles, because if they're aiming here, and if like the missile doesn't have what is it, APN or prediction guidance, it will go straight towards the ship like this, and it will like try to turn when it comes close, and then it's gonna miss. Very nice. The next iteration, and we're missing a big chunk here. Why are we missing a big chunk here? Well, that you will see in ta-da! We have smokestacks. Isn't that quite amazing? So we added these smokestacks here just for like aesthetical reasons, of course. They're producing smoke, and we get that broadside look. And that's known as the big boy when I was building it like last year. You've probably seen some videos about it if you stayed tuned for a long time. And if you did, thanks a lot for being with me so long. And hope you enjoy it. So these are some smokestacks. We have some ventilation and fire extinguishers and stuff that we can deal with them if they cause any trouble. But other than that, they're just really cool looking smokestacks that is of course putting up all the cold smoke from the steam engines somehow. Yeah, it's magic. But in any case, we can see that the superstructure has grown quite a bit. That's probably the main thing we should be looking at, not the smokestacks. Look at this. Here we have the captain's steering hut thing. And you may think that this is a really bad place to sit because you're absolutely not very well protected. And you are right. So you should probably have a captain here, and since we only have one captain right now in the army of Jimmerism, I'm afraid that's you, Captain Y. You're gonna sit up here. Congratulations, you are being tasked with a very important and honorable mission. However, we are gonna invest in good, decent labs and okay anti-missile systems and some civs cannon, hopefully. Yes, indeed. You don't need to worry at all, Captain Y. You're very welcome. Be honored in this seat. And I don't know, Admiral Super Dave, I recommend you kind of hide down here somewhere. Probably a good idea. In any case, so that's like where the captain sits. Very beautiful. And we have some control pads because I thought that maybe if we want to turn off like the smoke and we just want to make it not lag at all, I imagined we could also put a switch that turns off all the lights. Because I have some cool lights here, we can see there, and of course the chandeliers, they have light as well. And I've understood that light causes some lag, so that's why I want to have a global on and off switch for all lights and all smoke to kind of boost some FPS. Yeah, a lot has happened in this iteration. So let's, where to even begin? Right, so here we have some cool decorations. This is of course where you would board the ship. We have some rubber pads there so that you don't, accidentally damage the dock. So you can just walk on top here. You can kind of tie up the land gang or whatever it's called. We have a little anchor too, really small one, but probably just to anchor some basic things. And you can walk in here and get access to the ship. So we're of course gonna have some type of walkway. We're not gonna have full interiors, but we are going to have interiors. Some basic ones so that you can access it at least. Right, we got them there, and we have actually exchanged some turrets here. I thought that the cram turrets in here was kind of a little bit wasted. So I updated them to the 8-meter tight Tetris Vigoletta sniper cannons instead. And this is a pretty good sniper cannon. It is a sabot sniper only, sabot head, dealing some penetrative damage. And I wanted this to not only deal sandblasting damage to superstructures and potential enemy turrets, but to also be able to help in shooting off barrels, penetrating turret head armor, and stuff like that. So yeah, then of course we have some additional things up here. I made it accessible using ladders, not the most glamorous, but it works. And then up here we have a new pack turret. This is the tri-pack turret, which was spawned beside the ship before, and I finally found a place for it. This is, if you remember, a pack, piercing, and EMP turret, and I think I removed the synchronization, so they shoot all at once. No, they're not. God damn it. They are going to shoot all at once. And hopefully they'll hit in approximately the same spot, which would be nice. We also got some surface era here. It's actually mostly for the looks, but also to not make one armor-piercing HE shell kill us if it hits right. Yeah. Which I should cover the entire area with the era, but it doesn't look cool. And I realized that my objective was to make a ship that's really good and works really well, but I'm starting to build a ship that just looks really cool, and I just have to pray that it actually works and it's actually efficient too. Here we have my anti-cram cannons. This is flak. These are flak cannons that shoot flak shells to the enemy. Yeah, I think so. Or this is maybe damage. No, this is flak cannons. We have a little detection turret here. This is completely EMP insulated. So if anyone like it, you'll have to shoot really well to get rid of it. EMP won't help you here. It's pretty insulated, and it has some basic nice detection. We have a 90-degree radar, laser tracker, camera tracker, 2 camera trackers. It has a lot of detection. I don't know, it has too much. But yeah, and up top we also have more decoys. We have some cool wires that are connecting the superstructure to the main area, and I wanted this just to look cool. I realize I haven't been very good at using these imaginary wires before, but they just look so darn cool. I just have to learn to start using them, and this is one of my first examples of doing that. Right, and up top here we have the idea that Azusa suggested in our Discord, and that was that we should have some kind of teasing system. So this is a laser targeter. It will target another part than the laser is targeting, just to tease the smoke to dispense there too. Because if we dispense the smoke at all the places at once, the enemy's eventual LAM systems will also be handicapped. And if it doesn't get handicapped, well, then at least we are making the enemy use more materials than they would have done otherwise. So we're gonna switch up this teaser to a system that teases fast, and of course it's made to tease the LAMs, so this is just a thumper head. It's a kinetic missile, just so that it doesn't get shot down by the enemy's anti-munition systems too fast. Alright, this is the next iteration of the ship. This is the 28th iteration that I've saved. And here we can see I added this super cool pattern on the shields. Doesn't this look super cool? So I added new colors. Instead of using the gold, I started to use a brass, and I made a bronze and a like silvery aluminium surface type look here, so that we can really have these shields that really looks up like some kind of weapon shields. If you're a commissioned officer, you may choose one of these shields as your own specific hallmark. Describe them in the comments which one is yours. In any case, that's what I added there. I think that looks super cool. We have, again, as I said, I wanted to have some basic detection in here. So we have some EMP insulated detection here that goes all the way around. Very handy. This episode we have really been focusing on the superstructure. A lot inside the ship hasn't, of course, happened. It hasn't happened much here. Some minor armor upgrades to internal armor, but nothing hardcore. Just some basic connection struts here and there, and oh look, by the way, sorry, I just realized that I need to will need to do like this. Ta-da! Repair all. All right. So we have some small changes in here, yeah. As I said, internal armor upgrades. So because these engines were a little bit too exposed before, I added some basic internal armor. Just some beam slopes with some alloy and wood backing them up. Basic splitter protection, basically. But I think it's gonna help a lot, or actually I know it helps a lot, because we had an incident before where the Crossbones, of all things, shredded some internal engines during some basic testing, and that wasn't really fun, so I thought that, god damn it, I have to have some internal protection against frags, so there we have that. And of course, we are also looking at a nice walkway system inside of here, so you can see how it's all accessible like this. And yeah, I think that's like the extent of the internal upgrades as for right now. Other than that, we have just focused on making this thing beautiful. And why I didn't show you this last iteration, this has been fixed. We added an anchor here. I thought that this isn't, of course, an entryway. This is actually the exit hole where they cast out the anchor, the proper anchor, so it sits there. We have some rubber padding so it doesn't damage the side, and railings and stuff like that. So I kind of imagine that the anchor chain is inside of there, and they just put it out of there, and they also have a little cannon that they can take out. So yeah, that is the Gimli so far. We've been using some more wires to connect things up, make it look a little bit more sturdy. Do you remember how we in last episode actually went over budget? Well, let me present to you the fix. We're just going to check this side out here. You see this armor here? 2 layers of materials and alloy and more wood. Is this a little bit too thick? Maybe we're wasting materials having a lot of armor here. Hint, hint. Ta-da! Let me present to you the new armor on the left side that won't be taking any fire if we're lucky. Look at this. I think this looks so cool. I don't know about you, but to get the same feeling as we got with the shields up here. And have you chosen your shields, commissioned officer? Remembered that you can choose your shield? In any case, we can see here that I've used the same colors, kinda-ish, a little bit, the bronze at least, to go through and have a little holy structure to the side here. I think it looks pretty cool, and it actually saves a lot of materials. Now we are 2.158, so we still have some materials to play around with. And this armor is of course very thin. It is literally look, it's just tetras. Yes, I've become one of the tetra people. That's really bad. We have some of them for connection. Otherwise, we just have like 1 layer of alloy. That's the extent of it. We have 1 layer of alloy as armor here. And on these stripes, you can see we don't even have like 1 layer of alloy. We basically have very thin, almost non-existent armor to the side here. So yeah, it's thin. It's thinner than thin. If an enemy comes... I shouldn't give you ideas, but... if a challenger tries to use missiles that will go around and come from the other side, I think we'll be in deep trouble, man. Look at that. Yeah, well, in any case, it's thin armor. It's not very likely anything will shoot us from here, but man, we've saved a lot of materials doing this, man. So much materials. So yeah, I thought that was a pretty smart idea. Again, the idea behind the Gimli ship is that we should only use materials where we need to. We should only armor where we have to, and the left side we don't have to armor that. So of course this upper layer is super thin too. It's like half a layer of metal, half a layer of wood, and then we have just one layer of, basically one layer of alloy down here. So I think that makes a lot of sense actually. And even though the thought behind the gameplay is to not armor more than we have to, I somehow decided to spend a huge budget on decorations, so it doesn't make sense, really. I'm a little bit hypocritical. I'm sorry, but you know, you gotta spend on design, you gotta spend on the looks. Otherwise, you know, no one will remember a sad-looking battleship that is good. Everyone will remember a good-looking battleship that's decent, I think. So I removed some lam nodes on this side because, of course, when a shot comes here, we want it to stop shooting at it when it's like out of range. So I think that's pretty nice indeed. I forgot to show these last times, but we actually have like access points now, so you can walk in here, and not here. No, that's only one access point. But anyways, we got the shapes pretty smooth, so that's one thing. Here we have the next iteration of the ship, and you can't see huge differences right now, but we have some small anti-cram missiles or anti-missile missiles going up here. I think that looks pretty nice, and if something appeared before and I just forgot to showcase it, then I'm sorry, but you know, I'll be able to show you everything eventually. So in any case, what has been going on here? Well, you can see the teaser. It was a little bit too expensive, 30,000 materials just for a big missile system to tease the enemy. So I exchanged that with the same type of system, but small medium missiles. And I think they'll do the same job, basically, because I frankly think that those large missiles wouldn't have gone through the Ragnarok anyways. Like, its defenses were pretty strong. I also did some small tests, and I found out that this big little laser box here, it wasn't really well protected. This hard shell, heavy armor hard shell thing didn't work. So I put some staggered era here for now, and hopefully that will make it not blow up. I added some hard shell on these, however, yeah. So we have the beautiful little structure here, we have a lot of empty space, and as you know, empty space is the best armor. Void armor is the best armor, because you can't get hurt when your enemy shoots at nothing. So that's why actually having big empty spaces is pretty useful. However, I would love to have water pumps in here. Man, that would just make me able to like remove 2/3 of these engines, to be honest. I don't need all these engines, I need them for floating, so it's really expensive. But if I'd removed a lot of engines and had air pumps instead, we're gonna lag so much that's gonna be unacceptable. Did I show this? This is an extra, I think I did. This is an extra targeter. Yeah, I did that like 2 videos ago. That's some time ago. Yeah, so that's basically like that. We have been making the shape of this really beautiful. I think you can see exactly how this shape is going to develop. And we have a lot of testing to do and a lot of things to try out. We're just gonna add some finishing touches, and then we can like think a little bit about which turrets and which armor we need to switch out, what defensive systems we should have or not have. In any case, I will give you some rules on how to build the ship if you want to send it into some official battles. However, I'm gonna do that next video, and you don't need to hurry, there is a lot of time. We have a long list of ships that are already existing, like the Turtle Lord, the Ragnarok, and like 5 others that we're gonna do battle videos with. So we're looking at 1 to 2 like extra month of time after this ship is finally done, which is probably a couple of weeks away anyways. So yeah, you don't need to worry, you don't need to hurry. I'm gonna give you a little set of rules to abide by if you want to send in the ship to battle this. In any case, let's move on to the next iteration. And have you seen all my beautiful golden details and lining here? Isn't this quite beautiful? I think I did a pretty good job. Like, this is a small detail, but I just think that small detail, that golden trim, just adds so much. Or the golden inlays between the iron and the wood. Maybe it's just me. Let's move on. What happened here? We're now 2,045,000. Yeah, we decreased the cost a lot on this. Why did we do that? Well, turns out the pipe organs, I did pitch this a little bit against the Meg, you know, for testing, and they didn't get through, and they shoot every 80 seconds, so I just thought that's a complete waste of material, go away, because they're not cheap, they're not super cheap. So they went away, and now we have a much cheaper ship. We've been doing some cost-saving measures because, of course, I want to be able to upgrade this ship to actually pack a good punch. We don't want to have anything on here that deals useless damage. This means that these crams will probably have to go as well, but they cost so little that it's not a high prio. It's not a high priority. Another thing that cost a lot was my darn laser box, and it turns out my laser box did not protect them well enough. Like, they had heavy armor surrounded by them, but it turned out that a shell could get through and detonate stuff here. So it was a little bit like, yeah. When just testing it a little bit briefly, shell penetrated, exploded the laser box. Like one really good shot destroyed almost the entire laser system. So I realized that just has to go. We can't waste heavy armor or something like that. So I'm going to find another way to use this laser system, maybe put it somewhere else, probably spread it out to make us have some efficient laser protection. We also added some internal armor to protect these beautiful things, our turbines, because they could also get destroyed by a stray frag. Not very nice at all. So that has been fixed. And this has made our budget so much cheaper. What we also have been adding is adding some cool stuff in the superstructure. Staircases up here, so we can walk with staircases up here. So we can, where is it? Climb up here. So we can walk into here. And look, here we have an auxiliary little engine to provide some extra engine power if we have to. It also provides a heat spot, so heat aiming things might aim up here, which is, if they're accurate, ain't gonna do us much damage. And we have a little tiny electric engine and just some cozy-ish interiors. Then we can climb up here to this layer where we have nothing useful except some smoke dispensers and a beautiful little room. Like, isn't this so cozy? I think this room is pretty cozy, I don't know why. And then we can climb up to the bridge, of course. Very nice. While we should discuss important matters, we of course need to do more important things, which is more decorations. So we have the name Army of Jimmadism Gimle right here, very beautiful. We have added some cool quotes and stuff. So here we have Army of Jimmadism standing. Here we have, like, why not? Let's just stick some Latin on this thing. Here we have Acta non verba, so this is a ship of action, not talking. No negotiations here. And of course, Army of Jimmadism Invictus. Very beautiful, which means undefeatable, which you probably know by now. Our golden logo, very beautiful. Again, we have I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh god damn it, isn't this ship too much? Yeah, it is. We have a beautiful decal. We got the black flag mark of the Army of Jimmadism right here, super beautiful. Yeah, and that's like we have spread out these type of. We have it on this one too. We have these decorations here and there, and here we have the white mark on the Army of Jimmadism, which is the same same file that's on my shirt actually. Pretty funny. AOG Invictus right here. And here. So you can see, we have been decorating this thing. And here too, isn't that beautiful? When this ship comes, it's like, who's there? And they're like, oh shit. Or maybe not. That depends on how strong the enemy is. We don't know, we'll kind of win. Yeah, but we decorated this, it's really important. And of course, we have the Army of Jimmonism flag, which is hopelessly dark all the time. I don't know, like, it's impossible to light it up. It's stupid. I don't know, from the depth, can you like update this darn texture to not be so dark all the time? It looks like a half rotten like potato sack or something. Can we like get proper fabrics, please? Or at least the option for it? Yeah, well, probably not. But there we have it. Beautiful decorations all over the place. And in the meantime, I added my super discount little turret here. It's not that cheap, but it's pretty cheap. It's a dual barrel stealth cannon. It's called a stealth dagger. It uses these ones and a not too high of a millimeter, only 1300. So the detection range for these are only 257 meters, which means that only crams should be able to attack it. I think that civs and anti-cram missiles will not be able to target it, hopefully. But yeah, that's what we've been doing, so let's load in the next iteration. And we have of course been working more on the decorations. Oh yes. Since this is the Gimle, the Golden Hall, we of course need some decent things in here. So I started to prepare the feast. Look at this. I made a little dish thing where we can eat a tiny little AI core with a small brain inside. Very tasty. So it's some kind of sushi for machine people. With chopsticks and everything. We have surge protectors to you know, absorb those dangerous electric surges you may got nearby your Rambot, and some struts if you need some more support in your life. Any case, other than that, I outright stole. He's okay with it, by the way, I asked him. But I outright stole the beautiful drink that Setup has designed for the absolutely stunning Stridsjagd refit of the Slabman. And if you haven't seen that, you absolutely have to check out the Slabman Challenge playlist. It's so cool. But he basically made this awesome little drink that's what was onto the ship. As you can see, it's like some kind of gray machine fluid, perfect for Rambots. So I added that all over the place here. We have some extra AI routines and stuff like that. We got some ammo pieces, fuel, you name it. Everyone's taste can be met on this table. Even some spicy chaff chaff thing. I think this is kind of like spun sugar for machines. In any case, this terminal is also Setup's design. I thought it was really neat and really small, so I did make a copy of that myself, and he's okay with anyone using it. So I've taken some of his designs for that, as well as he made this beautiful shelf with some drinks, and I did take that one too. It's a really beautiful little design. Just this is like 2 blocks of wood actually, but a lot of decorations just add so much to this. And a little drawer, also by Setup from the Stridsjagd. Yeah, so I really like those interior pieces he designed for the Stridsjagd. So again, I saved some of them to use at the Gimle too. Which is pretty nice, I think. Really cool designs there. And here too, I made a little table so we can have a co-pilot thing. Oh, here's the small chandelier, by the way, which of course we need up there, if I forgot to show that before. Inside of here, we also took some other designs, these again, and Setup also made a pool table, so we added a beautiful little pool table. that he made for for the Stridsjacht, and I guess that the fine ladies and gentlemen dining at the Gimle should be able to go down here and play some pool, don't you think? I think so. Yeah. Nice decorations indeed, and we still have the cannons going on there, but I made them gold because that fits better. And of course, if you want to relax, we got setups relaxing areas. The little reclining sun chairs with a drink and a parasol. Very nice indeed. So yeah, we're really making this have a luxury cruise touch to it, because that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? A warship with a luxury ship cruise. That's how bold the Gimle is. I guess we're gonna eat that up pretty much, but that's our that's what we're going for. The army of Jimmerism is nothing but pretentious and blown out of proportion, so it fits. Jimmerism, stop giving away your inner strategies. Other than things in the looks department, we have upgraded some interior armor here. We have also been having some places where to have lasers. The laser box was simply too dangerous. I removed all the lasers from here. We can't stack them close to each other anyways. I don't know, maybe we'll have something else in here, because now this structure is pretty, like, it's pretty connected to the rest of it. We do have some pumps here. I think we have the laser core in here. No, we only have some small pumps in here, yeah. And that's the extent of it. Otherwise, it's an empty area. Just some extra auxiliary pumps and connection points. That's it. And instead, I've spawned my beautiful little prefabs of insulated and armored laser pumps like this. Isn't this pretty nice? And we have some cool angles, so they won't get hurt by frags too easily, I hope. Like this one in the back, but more protected. Yeah, so there we have it. We have some of the lasers spread out. Right now the lasers is a little bit less strong than it was before, but that is going to be fixed. We have finally started to make this little walkway, so we have this little basic interior feeling. We added a little laser here, not very well protected, but we couldn't fit it. We added some lasers on the side vertically here, not EMP protected at all, but they are just behind the turret, so they will not be getting too easily damaged, because this turret is of course pretty well protected with heavy armor and angles. We even stuck a little area in here, so yeah, we have been working on making this laser a lot stronger. And since I realized the wiseness of protecting things behind the turret wells, which are really well armored anyways, since the right side is going to face the enemy, I putted my laser core in here. This is my new laser core prefab. All the commissioned officers can access them. And before I forget it, I will just give out a huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Venerated Lieutenant Powered by Greed, Lieutenant Asteria, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for being a higher member in the army of Jimmerism. So in any case, let's move on here. We got some basic splitter protection and stuff like that going on there. I removed some of the battery because it was just a little too much. Because if you haven't noticed that, batteries are really expensive, man. And again, we're working on the interior looks. We got some golden stuff going on there, diff guns, and if we go in here. Now this is going a little bit too low, so I'll have to fix that later. But now we can go down here, go into there, and we just have a ladder down here, I don't know. We'll see how we connect that up later on. It's gonna be better when we're actually going forwards as well, by the way. And if we remove the GPU ocean, I think the problem goes away too. In any case, oh, I forgot to show these, but I added some small hydrofoils rudders in the back here, just to help a little bit with, well, like keeping the ship straight, even if we get a loss out of power. if we get the loss of power, we can still do that. Yeah, by the way, this is what I imagine a little entranceway for the guests to the big feast that come with balloon or airship. So we can kind of, or a kind of hovercraft, so we can kind of dock it here, is the idea. Yeah, so I believe that's so far as this iteration goes. So let's move on to the next. And before we move on, this is version 33, by the way. 33! Oh, no, I mean iteration 33. Like the version is closing into 100. But the iteration where I've saved that it has been changed long enough to get a new like save, because every time I build on this thing and I made something major that I think is worth taking up, I do a new manual save, and it's just a number higher than the number before. So this time I saved it as 33. Well, version 33 with a cost of 2.11 million. We will do a little, we're just gonna spawn in a Megalodon to see this in a little bit of action, because in next episode we're going to go through and see which turrets will stay and which turrets will go. Did I show you this golden trim, by the way? Isn't that super cool? I think it is. So yeah, let's load that in, and we're going to look in future episodes on changing out and switching out turrets if we need to. We do actually need to change some of them, but no spoilers. Let the battle testing begin. So right, we're following the crams here. Ooh, and these are hollow point crams, most of them. We're gonna see... Big miss, big miss. Let's see here. The laser is really frying stuff off here. Yeah, we have a pretty powerful laser. Damage B... Yeah, that should be it. Oh, there we have it. There we have it. So here is my sniper cannons. They're shooting underwater. All right, see there. And there we have one, two, no. Well, they only shoot every 10 seconds. We'll see. We have successfully turned towards the enemy, at least. Ooh, I'd suspect we will not be able to deal with these incoming missiles very well. We don't have any decent missile defenses as for now. You can see it deals some pretty big holes in our armor here. That's probably torpedoes. Ooh, scary, scary. Look at that. Oh, we're actually outrunning them. That's beautiful. So we're just gonna check. We have a speed of 36 meters per second. It's not uber fast, but it's not slow either. It's a pretty decent speed, I think, especially since we are maneuverable at this size. Somehow we got some damage here. Cram cannons has got some barrels shot off. They seem to be aiming towards the enemy. Yeah, they have them in scope. That laser seems to get prio over the other ones. I wonder if the other laser's connections got damaged, or if the laser just ain't strong enough. It's probably not strong enough. There we have some Q1 shots too. We have engine power still. So before we had a little bit of a problems with the engine power running out, I know. So I added more engines. That kind of upped the budget for that. The pack is going on there too. And our crams are going through here. Yeah. So I think we should turn off this damage debugging. Clear all. There we go. Let's check what's happening here. The laser is doing a decent job, I think. Really digging through there, despite the smoke. I don't know how much smoke the Megalodon has, actually. But of course, the Megalodon is a bit cheaper, but it's good to know we can actually beat this thing. Like, the Megalodon is no match but we are also a good bit more expensive. I think in the next episode we are going to test against the Ragnarok, and from that information we'll be able to know what we're gonna do with the turrets. Because I do believe that these hollow point turrets don't really do optimal damage. So yeah, there's that. So this time we're gonna test out some of the turrets and see if they may be worth it or not. But first we have the great benefit of actually testing this with the Ragnarok, because of course that's one of the ships we wanna beat. So of course right now we have no data on the hit rate on the turret, but when we are shooting towards an enemy target we'll get an actual hit rate in a percentage, so we know approximately how often our shots actually hit the enemy. So we're gonna spawn in the Ragnarok and we're gonna see if we can beat it by like one part, but also which turrets are doing a good job and which turrets are not doing a good job. The Ragnarok is not the only ship we want to beat. I do think we should probably be able to beat it with our current design, but that's a bold statement, Humadism. But anyways, let's spawn in the Ragnarok and we're gonna see. The battle is online. Right. We need to follow these. These are some scary shells here. Let's see here, we're shooting, that's some sabots going on there. So the first shots coming out here, they are sabots. Well, we see where they go. See if... Oh, bam! It's penetrating pretty deep into this turret here. We have some of the Civ system just... They're just bursting through. I never realized the... Let's see here, that's the kinetic Civs, isn't it? Yep, sabots, isn't it? I didn't realize the kinetic Civs was a... like burst gun. That's like an inaccurate cloud. Ooh, this is interesting. Here we have a cram shot. I think we can go up to full speed actually. And I think we're gonna do damage debug. We got the pack coming in there. Ah, that's beautiful. Okay, so here we see my under subsurface sabots. Oh, beautiful. This is exactly why I designed them. I want them to be able to shoot into the engine compartment here. And they do that all right. So we really want them to be able to take out some important stuff down there. We're getting new holes popping up there. Now we got the full broadside. We are into degraded mode. Not surprised. You can see that Civ system is they're taking down my cram mortars. But my cram mortars were actually on spot. They would have hit. The laser ain't doing much damage because we have so much smoke. It's doing something though. Alright, let's see here. The crams, they're going through alright. Right. They are indeed. And we have dealt a good damage to the turrets there. The pack is still alive, so we have some pretty good health on the pack, it seems. Now they somehow targeted the top here. That's very interesting. So we are shedding bits, of course. If we check the menu here, we can see the Ragnarok. Oh no, the Ragnarok is actually in the lead in terms of health points. One of our big cram turrets is dead. Alright, that's not good. We have to investigate that. Right. So, as suspected, no damage has been dealt to the side that's well, not meant to combat the enemy. We have some pretty damaged steam engines there, but they're not connected up all to each other. We have some good ones here. We have engine power still, that's good. Now this is open of course, but the damage type makes it unlikely that we'll be hurt. Alright, this laser compartment is hurt. This one too, but not dead. Oh, this is dead. Yeah, okay, damn it. Seems that maybe I'll need to protect my lasers more. Right now we can see that the thing that did the damage was that the damage was dealt to the turret block itself. So that's a very nice and lucky hit. That we'll have to anticipate, of course. The shields are doing a good job, it seems. Most of the shields are online. We have the heavy armor beam slow band there. Are we having yeah, we got good battery power. Let me check here. Our engine power is going down. Let's fly with these for a little second. See what's going on here. And they're 200 mil, so I guess they'll be detected pretty soon. They are not shooting slower if I remember. Bam. Yeah, it gets... Oh, bam. That one is actually... Kill that cram one. So, our penetrating stuff is definitely shooting through here. But I think we should clear that away now. So, some of the turrets are pretty hurt. But just straight off the bat, it kind of feels like these cram cannons, the hollow point ones, they have a lot of health, and that's good and all, but they just lack that really heavy cram type of damage that we just absolutely love. That cram type of damage is just pretty beautiful. It can make the enemy's ship explode from within with having an armor-piercing frag model. I think we'll need some of those shots. So that's definitely something we'll have to look at. And of course, they're not toothless. They have a tiny bit of EMP2, but the other type of damage we can deal with crams are just so much more. And we have them divided up in 3 barrels, and that adds a certain type of redundancy, but it also makes that the total shell health of the shell itself is lower, which means that more of them got shot out. If it was only 1 barrel, I think we could get away with having a lot more chemical in there. The stats are as this, 88 to 88 percentages. So it's pretty even now. Okay, well that's at least more hopeful. Laser, it's doing its best to fry, and oh, this turret already looks pretty sad, man. I wonder why. And we'll also need to fine-tune the AI targeting and stuff like that, because right now it's... I think we'll need to focus the laser longer at each spot, especially with the smoke, to really make sure that we dig through, like drill through rather, burn through a deeper hole. Yeah, seems that those crams ain't getting really through, are they? I think the levels we get from the turrets in terms of stats, we could actually probably check them right now. I think the levels we get here is the number of shots that actually were hit. So that means if the enemy took it out with lambs, it's not showing up on the list. Here we can see this deep cannon, this penetrating thing, hits 78% of each shot. I think that's pretty good. Oh, wow. 100%? Damn. It has hit every shot. That's interesting. Cram cannon here. So, how much is getting through here? 42%. 45%, 63%. Man. So even though we have so much... Yeah. That's interesting. Oh, by the way, for these ones, the health was a little bit decreased. I added some high explosive and frag, and I added the defrag in a really sharp spread, I believe. Or is it? No? What is this? This is so weird. This is so... This is weird. Okay, they are a little bit mixed. It doesn't work. So the health is a little bit too low. We'll have to test these out, see how much damage they actually do. I thought I may have mixed it up with another iteration there, but they are not getting through a lot of the time, or they're not accurate enough. And how about these small ones here? Well, here we have 11%, 22%, 0%, man, okay. Okay, that's bad. This one, 12%, 37%, well, these cram cannons here, they probably need to be switched out. They're not doing much, are they? This one here, 1 shot fired. Not even hit. How are we doing down here then? This one is 0%. Yeah, okay, this one has to go. It doesn't do anything. It just doesn't get through the lamps. And this one here then. Alright, what are we doing on this? 41%? 56%. I think we're aiming these at above the superstructure, so I guess some of them can miss, but they should deal some pretty decent damage. Our favorite Vigoletta, 85%. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, that's a stayer. That's a stay turret. How are we doing at the stern cannons here? Now we're missing one. 35%, 42%. Yeah, well, we're tanking some health points with having loads of shells in the air, but man, they're not getting through. 69. Nice. Oh man, we have sync on these. That's bad. Okay. We need to make sure we remove the sync. I think the cram system has, in any case, done some decent job at distracting the Ragnarok's Siv's cannons, because when they are turning to point upwards, and oh look, we won the bell. Okay, that's amazing. Well, we are stronger than the Ragnarok, but I feel that our cram cannons are a little bit lackluster, and we didn't win as fast as we should have. Well, that's good news, at least. That's good news. But I do feel that some of the stuff here is a little bit lackluster. These cram cannons are just not really packing it, if you know what I mean. That's a bad joke, Jim. It isn't packing. Come on. Anyways, this damage doesn't say much. I wonder why this one is prioritized. Oh well, doesn't matter much, does it? 3 of 5 shells hit. Well, I think that's some decent damage done here. We don't have to keep them, of course. 40%. That's bad though, 40%. The pack cannon. Alright. Hit rate 100%, 92%, 64%. I think that's good, man. I think that's good. Okay, good. And our pack cannon is still alive. We lost engine power, by the way, but whatever. 40%, 60%. Yeah, well, that's diff guns. I'm not really sure we need them. I'm not sure they actually do much in terms of winning the battle for us. Do these have a hit rate? Shouldn't they? Maybe they just don't reach. How about you? Nope. Well done. 5%. Oh, okay. They're not reaching the target very often, are they? I'm not sure even this is a worthwhile, like a worthwhile cost to spend on teasing the smoke. I think in Ragnarok in particular, I think it just always dispenses its smoke. Well, I think we'll need to find some options to these turrets, so we're going to dive into looking at turrets. I have worked and worked a little bit on our Cram turrets. And I have found a solution I think works pretty well. So, this is the Crusher, and I have updated it to suit our needs a little bit better. This is a new turret which will be added to the ship. This is the Detonator, and it is a 1970mm cannon, and it's a single barrel, chemical, big cram. This is one of the more classical crams that a lot of people are using in big tournament battles. And since I found that having multiple barrels makes it so that each shell has lower health, which makes it more likely to get taken out by the lambs in the end. And I'm hoping that when having a big one here, you can see that the shell health is almost 180,000, and I think that's gonna be pretty hard to kill. These shell health I've added and changed a little bit. So its shell health is now kind of in the 140,000 as we had before, and the middle one is in 126,000. I think that's more because the previous version on the ship, their health was a little bit lower. So in any case, let us show what are these type of cannons now. This one, which we have here, the Detonator. No, this is the this is the Crusher. The Crusher is still a hollow point system. So we have hollow point here. And the previous version we just saw on the cannon, I don't remember if it was hollow point or not, but the original one was hollow point. And then it got changed for some reason. So these are hollow point systems, yeah. And they're loaded out in a little interesting way. I added them to have frag. And as I said, I set the angle to 1 degree. And I got a little bit confused before if I already did this or not, and I didn't, and it sucked. And this means from the future I can tell you that this works a little bit better. I think at least. Sometimes it's hard to know. But I set it at an angle of 1 degree, and of course this makes the frags super weak, but this is a hollow point. And the shell will detonate at the armor surface. So I'm really setting this up to work a little bit as a shaped charge with max pen. So it just penetrates as deep as possible with this 1 degree angle. We also have a tiny bit of EMP to deal some slight EMP surface damage. And the other ones, they are set up in a similar way. A little bit of EMP, a little bit of frag, and frag 1 degree of course, and EMP there. So yeah, and the EMP they are dealing, it's 2000 damage, so if we hit near a detection component, we should be able to take it out. Now, to the Detonator, it's 1970mm, mostly because I think it's funny. There is no real reason why I skipped some 30mm. It's just, you know, I like to have that. I think it's boring when all APS cannons are 500mm and all crams are 2000. Like, I want some variation, even though it's more like in my head. But in any case, this is a 150 degree, so wide angle frag cannon. We have a tiny bit of high explosives to really clear out some blocks exactly where the detonation takes place, but other than that, it's a big fragger. And having the frag angle as large as this makes the fragments very powerful. We have 51 fragments with almost kind of 120 damage each. These are gonna kill some blocks, are they not? Yes, they are. And I think this is detonate from first impact or something like this. Wherever I have the fuse. I don't know where I have the fuse. Is it kind of here? No, oh, there it is. Right, So here I put the fuse, and it is time from first impact 0.09. And I set that up to be approximately exactly what I want to deal some damage towards enemy battleships. So we don't want to penetrate too deep, we just want to penetrate deep enough. So we're gonna do like this, and we are going to slow down time, and we're gonna fire these ones, so we can see what type of damage we have set up. Bam! Now, this one may be penetrating a little bit too deeply, but I kind of imagine that this will be pretty decent damage if we are penetrating a battleship with some stronger armor than this. This is one layer of heavy armor going through like that, just some metal and wood here. And I don't remember exactly how thick the Ragnarök is, but I think this would be kind of in the middle of most battleships. So that's why we have the detonation taking place there. Now here we can see at the hollow point cram, of course, the combined output of this cannon is a lot more health than this, because this is effectively like, what is it? I don't know, it's like 300-400-ish K. So all of them are not going to be taken out. And here you can see the detonation is taking place here. This entire chunk, it was a pretty, only 2 layers thick, but all of these blocks in the surface were destroyed, and the fragments went through and dealing some deep penetrating damage. I'm suspecting these will do more successful damage on a real target than on this dummy. So I think that should be a good combo for our cram cannons. A more classical doomer and a little pseudo heat shell, kinda. This is the Vigoletta Marksman sniper turret you saw at the side of the ship, and I'm not exactly sure how much damage they do. We can see they penetrate. I think this should be probably penetrating enough to deal some damage to a turret. So I think we're gonna make these aim over water. And this is just a sabot head. But yeah, we're probably gonna make these aim over water, because they are dealing good damage, but they are not going to be able to penetrate like the side hull of an enemy ship. I think they're a good fit in there. We're not going to test all of the tiny turrets. We're going to take a decision on them only, or like solely, dependent on how big of a percentage the shot actually hit. If they didn't hit very often, they will just be removed. So don't be surprised by that later. This is in any case the Arqueballista Invictus. Oh yes, I already knew this, by the way. But I just wanted to show you here an extra time. They are very well capable of shooting through most hulls, and these are definitely a keeper. I definitely think they were able to disable the Ragnarök's engines pretty decently too, and were one of the factors that made it sink in our little test earlier. I only have one pack turret, by the way, so I always forget its name. But it is called the Triad. The Triad. So we're gonna test this one out too. We of course need to damage. Clear all. Repair, and we're just gonna... Excuse me? Excuse me? My god, they're acting super weird. I replaced them, let's see if they work now. Like, these worked actually pretty well in the battle. They hit almost every time, some of them hit every time. So, okay, let's see here. Ooh, the piercing ones are actually going through, man. That's pretty cool. Each of these turrets only cost... they only cost 30,000, by the way, but man, I didn't expect the pierce one to go through like that. That's cool. We're dealing EMP damage, we're doing some impact damage, and the impact damage is a little bit lackluster, but I'm kind of thinking if we hit the small turret, we can just delete it if we hit it with some. Yeah, I think that one gets a pass, and we only have one of them anyways. This is one of the cannons we're gonna replace some of the cram cannons with. I'm just gonna show it to you. This is the slightly updated version of my Fang turret. Let me see here. Is it Fang Mark II APS 49mm? It's a pretty old turret. It's one of the oldest one I have. Which makes me remember, huge thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the Army of Jihadism who are supporting the channel. Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Venerated Lieutenant Powered by Greed, Lieutenants, Regular Lieutenants Asteria, Lieutenant Tyler Russ, and Lieutenant Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. And you can of course access this together with my cadets. You can also access all my files. But it is a sabot head mixed with a charged head, whatever is that called, heat shells. Now we are up against heavy armor here, so of course this is not our optimal target. I'm more thinking that we should be able to kill some turrets by shooting the turret heads. This is of course a over-surface sandblasting measure. But anyways, that's just an idea. I think we're gonna stick them there. Before we look at the next iteration, I'm going to show you the rules here. So, you will have plenty of time to build your ships, because there are gonna be a long time before this is actually out and we are taking submissions, but the submissions will be open, so there is no deadline, there is no need to hurry. But if you wanna be an early bird and start building already, I've put together some rules that is most likely the rules we're gonna use, that's kind of pretty official. So I will reserve myself to be able to change these rules if I have to later, but these are the building rules. So please check out these little rules and you can start building if you want to be an early bird. If not, there are gonna be plenty of time for you to actually complete your ship and send it in. Don't worry, we're gonna have battle after battle after battle with this.
As promised, the Gimle rules. So, these are just some preliminary rules. If you're an early bird that want to build really early, remember the submission is going to be open. There is not going to be a deadline. Their rules are a little bit subject to change, but it should be these basic ones. No cheese is the first rule. That means like no spin clipping, no internal propellers, no weird stuff like that. No cheese at all, like no big blocks of tetras to do aim point spoofing and stuff like that. Max 100,000 blocks. That's a pretty high block count, but you know, I need some kind of block count because sometimes people, the secret advisor, can go overboard with building out of only wood tetras. Yeah, so that's why 100k blocks. No extreme missile spam. So you can't have like several hundred missiles in the air at the same time. It just lags too much. Of course you can have big blocks of interceptors, but not like huge blocks of interceptors. And a little hint is don't use small, use medium. Small is not banned, but almost mainly rely on medium. They're also more efficient, by the way. Oh, and then we have no water pumps and no helium pumps. So no water pump or helium pumps whatsoever. Not a single one on your entire construct. It's banned. They lag too much. They make my game stutter. I'm sorry. I would like to use them otherwise too. Under 2.2 million cost, that means not 2.29. That means 2.19. So max. So max 2 repair bots. Yeah. No spawn drone, sub-object or detachment thing. You should not have 2 vehicles in one, basically. And lastly, no extreme sub-object span. So don't come with me with like having like 500 diff guns. It's just like too much. Keep the sub-object sensible, of course. These are big ships. You should be able to have many turrets, but no spam. It's a little bit subjective, all of this, but I'm the judge of it, so don't test my patience. I can refuse to do battles if they don't work. Like, if my computer lags too much when I'm trying to run the battle, it won't be a battle. So these are some rules to make it fair and to make the battle works.
Next iteration of the ship. Here it is. I've already started to replace some of the turrets. Here you can see we have the new detonator here and there, and we have the detonator here. Now, these auxiliary turrets, I completely forgot to check the stats on this, but I actually checked these stats before. And that's pretty funny. They are mostly hardener pellet, they're not very big, but they have a detection rate of 257. So they actually hit more often than you'd think, because its small diameter makes it so that the LAM system is not occupied with it. So these are probably gonna stay, by the way. I just forgot to talk about that. But they're pretty cheap too, so it doesn't matter. But there we replaced them there. So let us look at the next iteration of this little ship, because this is literally the only thing that was added, I think. Alright, here we have the next iteration. And a lot has happened. So let's dive into it. So here we are in our seat. Whoops, I'm just clicking the wrong buttons here. This one stays for now. I'm thinking we might remove this with some anti-missile missiles later, but we'll see. The pack turret does a phenomenal job, it stays. We replaced some of the diff guns. Here we actually have a diff gun that just looks so beautiful, and Setup designed this one, and it is a Civs diff gun originally. Now I don't really remember if I changed this version to be a damage dealing one. I think I did. In any case, that stays there. So we have the cannons there, nice angles going on there. We have them sticking out at broadside so they hit the enemy more oftenly. And here we have the Fang we talked about before. It's sitting here instead of those cram cannons. These cram cannons here, they were a little bit too expensive and they kind of sucked. So I stuck some super cheap cram cannons in here too. I think each of these cost like less than 2,000. And they are only kinetic, and they are mostly here to look cool, to be honest. But since they have a small diameter, I think that they, like them, will not be very much prioritized, so I don't think they will be shot down too often. So that's what we did there. We have some damage dealing areas, and I have a fantastic detail to show you. I've added the gemstone roof, just as promised. Now the Gimle is really living up to its name. It's a golden hall with the roof covered in gemstones, and a very safe and nice place to be, thanks to the military powers it yields. So I think it looks absolutely stunning. Please leave a like for my artwork in the roof here. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. So here we have it, the Golden Hall, a hall that is worthy of kings and queens. If you're a king and queen, you need to subscribe right now. In any case, that's the things we have added. I don't remember if this area was so cozy, but it is now. Yeah, that's basically that. Oh, by the way, this entranceway, look at that. Beautiful golden trim around the corners like that, so we can go in here. Yeah, we needed something like that. So, what we're going to do is we're going to test this against the Setup's Turtle Lord, because I want to see how it survives a beast like that. We don't really have much in terms of anti-munition systems, so it's going to be very interesting. Beautiful Lagfest Turtle Lord, let's go. Alright, this is just absolutely terrifying, oh my god. So the laser is lasing but oh, okay. I don't want to wait for this to be so scary. We're gonna speed up time to normal again. Ha. All right. We have some anti-missile missiles trying to deal some damage. Oh. That's a big taste of my own medicine. Cram my ass. That's scary, man. Ooh. Well, our pack is still alive. Man. Superstructure. This ain't a very nice feast anymore. There's like literally three shares left, man. Well, I guess only 3 people survived that, and it's the end of the table too. So I'm sure they're like low-ranking soldiers in the army of Jimmerism. So we may had some commanders that died this blast. Oh my god, KIA. Very sad. Any case, the next episode is gonna be about Civ systems. If you could have guessed that. Oh, here we got more of my own medicine. Cram mortars. How is the stats, by the way? Ooh, I'm only 1% behind. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but I think that these diff guns, they of course deal damage, but I'm not sure they deal enough damage to the enemy to actually be useful. If we'd compare that to actually making us not die from these very scary blasts of cram. We're still in pretty good health, but man. Ooh, you can see that that's just clouds of fragmentations. Our big superstructure does help us getting not too many shots at us with those diffs, but man, we're feeling pretty sad. We'll need to pause here just to see. Oh man, do you see how low we're going? We have engine power and stuff left, but man, these are some big holes. Sad turrets, sad lasers. Wow. Yeah, well, that deals some damage, that's for sure. As the pods are going on there too. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the bottom of the ship. I'm more worried about those cram detonations. I really think we're still going towards losing. Oh wow, they shot at his superstructure. That's so lucky for me. How are my crams doing? Turtle Lord doesn't use any civs of any kind. Poor turtle. Meat red inside. Yeah, and we're doing with crams, of course, but it's really looking. Oh man, we're down to 88%. Yeah, we're definitely gonna invest in some civ systems. Oh, and this, we exposed that. That's nice, but I think our hollow points may not be the best choice against the Turtle Lord. Nah, not the best choice at all. I think we're slowly going towards losing this battle. That's what makes most sense. All the crowns are online too. We don't have anything to put against those. Ooh, that's a bad day for Captain. Captain Y, are you okay? I don't think Captain Y is okay. Well, he is okay actually, but oh, poor Captain. It's just his seat disappeared. And Captain Y is of course a commissioned officer in the army of Jimmerism, so it's a real person. That's why we're worried. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere in the bow of the ship. That's the bow. The other thing is the stern. Yeah, we're losing this one. We need to invest in some good civ systems, no question about it. I'm gonna think a little bit on what type of mix of LAMs, what type of mix of civs missiles, what type of mix of civs cannons we actually want. There goes the laser turret. And see what we can come up with. Because right now, I don't know, the LAMs, I don't think they're delivering. In our Discord, Belkant even suggested we should just get rid of the LAMs altogether and focus all of it to deal damage. But you can see the LAMs is doing something in the front here. They are taking down the mortars that are popping down there, and those are a bit scary. They really are. It's me, not Mario. It's Gmodism back again from the other long country which you don't know the name of because you always mix it up with Switzerland. Post my country's real name in comments if you're smart. Anyways, we're back with building a battleship and we're using the beautiful Rambot costume because you have told me that the droid costume is heretical. So I myself cramped into this space and it's very cozy. Anyways, this time we're gonna talk about civ systems, so I thought we should be looking at a couple of different designs I have been experimenting with. Right, so when we're trying to develop some kind of civs close-in weapon systems, we need to have a good mix of different systems. Now, these are 3 different ones. This is an old medium one. I updated it a little bit, but it's pretty efficient. However, I do not want to have too many sub-objects, so I think this might be a little bit too small. Then we have this really big design. This is kind of expensive, but it has loads of missiles and should deal pretty good damage. And then we have a pneumatic system actually, and this is proven to be pretty efficient. And if you haven't watched that, you should probably watch my empirical testing about pneumatic civ systems, because we can make a medium missile that has a much smaller reload time. So this is like 14 seconds each, and this is 10 seconds each. So of course they have limited range, but I think it may actually be worth it. So we might use some missile systems, and then we might also use some kinetic type system. This is original a flak civs cannon, and I want flak to be able to deal with crams coming in for the Turtle Lord. But then we have a kinetic civ system here. This one I've been pretty happy with in the future. No, in the past. It is the kinetic 49mm civs, costs 11,000. I'm pretty happy with that. And then we have this combined system I made recently, and I think this is pretty cool. I like this one a lot. But it's a kinetic, a flak system, and a missile system combined. But I'm wondering if this will be too many sub-objects. You may recognize this from Adventure Mode, by the way, which you should check out otherwise. Let's just spawn in something for the eyes to see. Here the crams come in. You can see they actually take some of them out. It's pretty cool. So, what I'm looking for is to deal all sorts of different types of damage. You can see that's pretty beautiful. We can blow up stuff there. We got the kinetic system popping in there, and the anti-missile missiles seem to be doing a pretty good job. The pneumatic civs can be a little bit hard to see because they're kind of not... They're a little bit hard to spot by the simple fact that, well, they don't show any thruster plume when they're fired. But again, they reload fast, so I think a pneumatic system could only be complementary. But I'm thinking to use some diff civ system to tackle crams in particular. So we'll see a little bit. I think we're going to skip small flak like this one, because small flak will just not be able to deal the type of damage we're looking for. Here we have a couple of flak diff guns. So these are diff civs gun, and I'm particularly happy about the Vigoletta Skyfire dual system. I think it looks pretty cool. I added some decorations, of course. And it has, well, 8 shots in total, and then it's gonna be a long reload. And then we have the S-Corp smaller little system that's even cheaper, a lot cheaper. And then we have the little design we have gotten / lent / taken with his permission from Setup, which was present on the Stridsjagd. So, oh god, now they kind of blow up a little bit too close, but they are supposed to do their job. If we just reload, you can see that they actually blow up the shells coming in there. Bam, you can see that. That's pretty amazing. And since the Turtle Lord is firing swarms of crams like this, I think we need a couple of these flak diff guns to clear up the sky a little bit. And maybe we can make the lambs deal with the rest. That's the strategy in any case. I am thinking to combine it a little bit with some missile systems, medium missile system, because we want to keep the small missiles low to be able to like not have too many missiles in the air, because that will lag. That was one of the problems with the Draconia. It just kind of lagged too much when we had too many things in the air at once. It was a little bit crazy with all those VLM small missiles. The needles, they were called. Well, in any case, I'm going to test and look at different missile designs, and we'll see what we can come up with. Right, so after some testing and some, well, building, but previously, I have found some missile systems that I think excel a little bit more than the others for this application. Now these pneumatics, we're actually having a pneumatic system here, and it's getting in a little bit later on. It's really only getting activated if the enemy is a little bit too close, if the shots are a little bit too close, so they may be wasted, but again, these are loaded each and every time the enemy shells come towards us. And this is the crossbones. We are facing Turtle Lord and other designs, which are just so much more dangerous. But you can really see they clean up the sky, and even though these are tiny pneumatic shells just firing out two more, like, they're so simple, it's like they're so basic. But you can see they really make a little cloud that just appears in the air here, and whenever there are target crams close by, they will detonate into this cloud and really clear up a lot of those shells, and they will basically be in the vicinity each time a cram shot is fired. It's a very few cram shells that reload faster than every 10 seconds. So I really like them, and I also just like the idea of having a pneumatic sieve system. So you can see 3 of them are good to clean up the rest that comes in too close. Then we have this beautiful system. It's a high cost, high risk system. These are the Speedex, and they are using short range thrusters. They're going at like full force, they're going really fast, they're having some things that help them launch. We have turning thrusters, fuel tank interceptors. They're just built for speed. They actually don't have any pneumatic systems attached to them, do they? No, they don't. They can't fit that. But they are fast enough anyways, and they have this beautiful thing of really getting out some shells or really getting out some shrapnel into the air long before anything else is there. So now we have 3 of them, and let's see the cost here. This is the Shred, that's the pneumatic system. It costs 9,000 materials each. And then we have the, it's actually down there, Orion Combined Medium Missile Speedex Intersieves. I think they're pretty cool. They do the job very well. And to combine with that, we have these beauties, which I have in an earlier testing video fine-tuned for hours to make these missiles have the most chance of actually getting onto a trajectory that will blow up and do some damage to cram shells. So this is a vertical launch system, a VLM Civ system, but they are medium, but they are still pretty maneuverable. You can see they're actually having time to go into trajectory and deal damage to those cram shells, and I think that's pretty cool, because a lot of the VLM Civs missiles don't do the job against cram, so it was really hard to set this up. And if you want some tips on that, you can check the earlier video, but a little bit quickly. They're coordinated, they have a high APN guidance, they have turning thrusters and no fins, and a variable thruster. And the crucial component here is the start delay of exactly 0.4 seconds and a pretty nice, well, yeah, they're balanced like that. So I think we try to integrate these systems onto our battleship together with some kinetic civs. We got the basic lambs, and and we're going to use that together with some flak divs, probably a lot of flak divs, to deal some good damage. And I just want to give out a huge thanks to all of you who are in the Discord and keeping it alive. It's super fun, and if you're not there already, you should join. Also join the Army of Jihadism, because we're gonna have a challenge that requires that you're a member of the Army of Jihadism. And you can just self-assign yourself a Matros 3rd class, and you're in the army. And of course, you can also become a commissioned officer via Patreon, and that will support me very much too, from $1 a month and up. And about that, huge thanks to our commissioned officers, most notably Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Stellar Lieutenant C2, Venerated Lieutenant powered by Greed, Lieutenant Asteria, Lieutenant powered by Greed, Lieutenant Vincent Veritas, and Lieutenant Tyler Russ. I said powered by Greed 2 times, I just realized. But, well, thanks a lot. So here it is. This is the updated version, and here you can see I've chose to install a Vigoletta dual barrel Skyfire flak diff gun back here. So we have 8 shots of protection there. Onto this side here, I don't know if I mentioned this, but the cram turret that was installed here was so bad. It was so bad I just had to remove it, and we replaced it with a well, a diff gun, dealing damage, very basic. It's just a shape charge. I'm not sure it's gonna get through, but we really need a turret there for looks. We might replace this with a flak diff gun later. But in any case, I did some interior accessways, so you can see it looks really beautiful now with the golden railings, and I don't remember if it's sometimes hard to remember what was added where. Look at this. The AOG BB Gamelab battleship commissioned by Lord Admiral Jihadism for the Army of Jihadism. Oh my god. The narcissism. Tune it down. No, it's the part of the army. Constructed in the Jihadism Industries shipyard. Yeah, we go on. It's extreme. I'm sorry. Shipyards 1. Gimle is the golden and gemstone roofed hall where all the worthy people reside during the Ragnarok cataclysm in Norse mythology. So there we have the story behind the name. Isn't that pretty cool? Yeah. In any case, I think it is. And yeah. Anyways, about the Skyfire, we have the Vigoletta Skyfire Durable. 2 of them in the front here too, because we really want to keep the skies clear. We also got a couple of diff guns there as before. We retained this system because it feels so integrated. I don't know if it does much, but what the hell. And here we have the S-Corp flak getting mounted there to shoot some shells from in front of us whenever we're spawning, because we're gonna spawn nose to nose. We also have the setups, beautiful little manual diff gun here. We've got 2 of them and a little tiny cannon for the looks. And I've added one to the side here to get that broadside action protection. and we added one down here together with a couple of S-corps. So yeah, now that's the extent of it. I think I'll need to add some of the... I think I need to add some missiles too that really keep us covered, but we'll see about that a little bit later. We're just gonna do some basic testing, of course. Gemstone covered hull. We also updated the decorations inside of here. We just loaded in a little bit of a stronghold just to see how we're dealing with this little crème barrage here. So the crème barrage of the stronghold is not the scariest thing in the world, but if you don't know how to protect yourself against crème barrages like this, Civs diff, they can be pretty scary, especially if you don't have any lamps or anything. Bam! There you can see, isn't that quite beautiful? Now it would have missed, but we got some style points, don't you think? Alright, so we'll access the intakes here. We can see this is, I think it's 500mm, unless it's not, but if it's 500, we have a flak damage of 30,000. So that's why you need a lot of hardeners, by the way, so that you can make sure... Oh, it's 450. Yeah, well, in any case, that puts our damage of this flak shell to 26,000. But on this particular turret, and the flak radius is 64 meters, so if we shoot at the center of the cluster, we can probably get rid of it, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, that's why we put a lot of hardener pellets, and why we have some hull points on this middle turret here, just to deal some extra damage against the incoming targets. Now, I don't really want to protect against torpedoes and stuff like that, because that feels a little bit boring, but we might need to do that. We can see we're still at 100%, we're protecting pretty well against those crème barrages, since we do have the nice radius of the flak. But keep in mind that most of our flak guns only have, what is it? It's 5 shots. So I don't know how much how long it takes to reload. Oh my god, we don't have any defense against these torpedoes, man. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I don't want to have torpedo defenses because torpedoes are better to outrun, and we're pushing like 40 meters per second. But you can see they're doing big holes in our armor here. Now, we don't have anything important at that part of the armor really, but man, it's a little bit annoying. It would be nice to maybe have some missile to just slow them down at least. You can see we can outrun some of them, but not all of them. Darn, and this missile actually hit... Yeah, that missile actually hit us in the side there. That killed the turret, so it did damage. We might need to have some anti-missile missiles for sure. But in any case, about diff guns, the normal ones have 5 shots, 1 in the barrel and 4 in the ammo inputs. And if they have a reload time, the enemy scram cannons of say 25 seconds, we do have more than 2 minutes of being safe from their damage, basically. If we have like 1, yeah. If that makes any sense. So, I think that it's pretty worth it, and for the Vigoletta Skyfire, now they fire at once, but they have 9 shots in total, 8 from... No, they have 10 shots in total, of course. What am I saying? So, that should deal a lot of damage and really clear up. You can see they fire in succession, bang, bang, and of course the turtle already is better set up, so its cram cannons are much more scary and we need a lot more damage to deal with them. I really think we're gonna replace this teaser up here with something a little bit more scary. What? We got a torpedo that got in the damage to the other side. But because it's so much empty space, it didn't kill anything critical. That's pretty funny. Well, in any case, we're gonna add some more systems and check the next iteration. And there we go. I went to go with the SpeedX on top here, so we should have some nice cover there. And I integrated the beautiful actual VLM system, but I figured we might as well point in towards the enemy. So we have a little VLM system integrated here, and caution tape so you don't stand in front of them. There's the decoy, and we have a couple of diff civs there too now, so we need to spread them out because some of them could get shot out. I noticed when I tested that a little bit too off screen. Now, if we have to, we could change this to diff civs, by the way. That's an easy fix if we need to. And other than that, I think that's like the most of it. But I do think I actually updated the share during this thing, so you can see I made a beautifully designed custom share for Captain Y sitting in the commanding position, steering the ship. A little bit more scary position to sit at, but you know, we can't put the Admiral at a dangerous place like this, so I think the Admiral will probably sit here and just chill. Or if it's smart, maybe not here, maybe like, I don't know. There is no good places to stay really. Oh, I know. Maybe we can make a little share for Admiral Super Dave in the compartment. I think that would be great. Yeah, well, in any case, we have done that. Did I add something in the inside? That's something I'll need to check. It's like I'm building all over this ship, so sometimes it's hard to remember if I fixed something. I upgraded the laser but sticking some more units somewhere. I do know that. Question is exactly where. That's more of a mystery. However, I did notice that there were a few problems, like some of the diff guns at my offline testing were actually blowing up shells a little bit too close to our structure, so we did damage to our own blocks. So yeah, we're gonna move to the next iteration because I already know what's wrong with this, and that is some diff flags are killing us, literally shooting off blocks. Not good at all, and the safety distance I set for them apparently doesn't matter. I don't know why. I think it's just that the failsafe margin can't be wide enough or something. I don't know. It just doesn't work, the placement of some of the turrets. So, the placement here, with my offline testings, I noted that this exact placement was pretty rarely getting shot at, because I think it's like in the outer edge and there is pretty low risk that anything shoots here. So I removed the diff flag and replaced it with another one of the SpeedX systems because they're pretty nice. And I did remove the diff gun up here because it was too good of a placement for a diff gun, because again, this placement also didn't got shot very often. So inside of here, I could fit a little nicer shield and nicer interiors. Look at this now. I think it looks a little bit more glorious. And I even added a sleeping matros of the army of Jimmy Desmond there. Maybe it's you, who knows? Maybe it's one of you. And we also have a little symbolical docking station here. Now this won't come with a drone, but I figured if this is gonna be a land gang for like airships, we should absolutely have a docking station so we can make it possible. Well, in any case, that's not really what we're talking about. We are talking about Civ scans. This kinetic Civ scan was a good complement to combat big incoming missiles and also crams, so I figured 11,000, let's stick it in here because I like it. Yeah. Somehow I removed the green light because the red light is... Did I mix this up? Please tell me in comments if my placement of the lights are correct. I think that I think that this side of the ship, which is not starboard, port. I think port is red and starboard is green. The green disappeared, but whatever. Yeah, so that has happened. Now, there has been some slight changes too. We added some extra boosted interior armor because some stray frags were just ripping up stuff. And we finally put the armor on the AI compartment so it's safe. Admiral Super Dave, do you want to share inside the AI compartment? Tell me. Admiral Dave, do you want a little hut that you can stay in? A little Admiral's hut at this particular space? Because I realized I don't have anything to use this space for. If you want that, please tell me in the comments or in Discord. I think it would be funny. But in any case, we added some basic interior armor there. And yeah, I think that's the extent of it. However, there is a few more problems that we need to tackle, and it turns out that these flak guns actually shoot each other sometimes. I did remove the diff gun that was dealing damage there because it was just getting in the way, and I just have these two flak guns, but it seems that these two flak guns blow up each other half of the time, so I'm unfortunately will have to remove like this one. Then we are still having a little bit of trouble with this cannon. It sometimes blows us up. So yeah, I'm gonna do some more testing and do some slight updates. But good news, we are finally having the pneumatic system on a serious battleship. So here we have it, the pneumatic little, I can't remember the darn name on my own. This is the shred. Yes, the shred system has been installed. Is that not quite beautiful? It is, very nice. And there is another issue we have. We are over budget. We're 2.208 materials. And that's like 10k at least over budget. Because I don't want to be cheesing my way to like the finish line. I want to have a decent end cost. So we're a bit over budget. We'll need to fix that. Let me present to you the discounted fixed version of the previous iteration. There it is. We have a little double sun bed there, but we only have one of the Vigolettas here because we don't want them to blow up each other. That's just super sad. Okay. Other than that, what do we have? We got some different types of diff sieves. You can see we have removed the problem shy that was there. This one, we were able to fix that one and that one with having just limitations on how they can aim. And other than that, we're looking pretty smart here. It's working perfectly fine, and I'm trying to remember how I decreased the cost because we are now under the limit. We're a little bit too close to the limit for my liking. It feels cheese almost, even though it isn't. But yeah, we are under. We're within budget at least. I added a green light, by the way. So that's nice. We're having a ship that should work, should have defenses, and it's under the budget. But we're going to move on to the next iteration with some small fixes on it. They are so small they're not really noticeable with the eye, but it's more like LAMs tweaking. We have been tweaking some turret movements so that they can't shoot where they shouldn't shoot, and all sorts of stuff. We've been going through the system during some light battle testing just to see that it kind of works. But for now, I think we should end this video with checking out if we can defend ourselves against the Turtle Lord's cram systems, which I definitely hope we can do. Now the Turtle Lord is almost 200k less expensive. Oh my god. But the barrage is very scary. So we're going to stay with this barrage and see how our newly-ish set up LAM system is able to deal with it. Now the LAMs will take the power from the lasers when it's getting in close. They are not lasers that have much storage. They are more like a continuous laser system, which makes it so we can actually combine it with our LAM systems too, because our LAMs does take from the same pool. So here we can see the LAMs are taking, oh yes, bam, come on, we're getting in the closest ones, bam, here we see some flak diffs, oh, do you see that? Bam, what the cloud, man, that's so scary. I'm very glad we got rid of that. You can see some Civs missiles popping in here in slow motion, trying to take on these very strong cram shells there. And they are of course filling the air with a cloud of sorts. Man, look at that! We got him! We got him! Amazing! Can we get this one too? No way. Are we gonna kill the turret? Are we going? No! Oh yes, we're so lucky. It misses the mark. Beautiful. Oh, that's an explosion a little bit too close to home. I hope that was us defending ourselves and not a mistake. You can see the LAMs are trying to do something. When the LAMs are doing something, our damage lasers are not doing something. But man, we can't tackle all of them. And that was probably very foreseen. We already knew that they couldn't take out all of them. But yeah, the LAMs are nice that they help with taking out these diff shells coming in here. And our diff shells are doing a good job at taking out the enemy cram systems. So now we have kind of seen how that works. No serious damage has really been dealt yet. We're gonna move up time to real-time speed and we're gonna see. But yeah, I think so far I'm pretty happy with this system. And we have the kinetic Civ system going in here too. Going with this barrage. Yes! Yes! We almost took out all of those cram barrages with our flak diffs. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having trouble with flak? No, are you having trouble with cram barrages? Flak diffs is your answer. And that's super nice. Okay then, that's good. One thing we do want to check, and that is which turrets hit or not. We'll need to do some fine tuning and stuff like that, but I'm thinking this ship is starting to be a formidable opponent. It's not quite done yet. I do want to have a proper battle testing video. And we are within budget still, but we're really closing on the limit. What I'm going to need to try, I want to try if my cram cannons are worth it or not, or if I should use other cram cannons, or if I should use maybe only detonators and skip my triple barrel crushers. We're gonna see about that. But in any case, I think we'll be coming back next time. Ooh, our LAMs are doing a nice job keeping out those mortars. The stats are pretty even, but we are in the lead, but we also have a material lead. And one thing I also want to try, that's probably to see if I can get the cost of this ship down to under 2 million. And that could be really cool, because then we could battle the Turtle Lord on equal footing. And I wonder, we don't have any air pumps. That takes a lot of materials to keep afloat, but the air pumps lag. Here we are, we're building on the Gimle Super Battleship, and it is quite big. This is the 41st iteration, so it is one update newer than how we saw it last time, where we added the Civs systems. So I will be completely honest that it's only like 2,000 materials more expensive, and I'm not 100% sure what I added. I think it may have been this auxiliary diff guns at the side to protect against, maybe. Or it's not, I don't actually know, but it's a kind of small change, so it doesn't matter too much. If in case you have forgotten, I think we should do a little quick sweep on how this build looks like right now. Here we have the cockpit, we have the sleeping matros, and we have a lot of potential people in the army of Jimonism who is trying to claim that role, I think. In any case, here we have the middle deck, nothing going on here. We go down, here we have the other deck, we have some tiny extra energy generation, probably not worth it, but I think it looks cool. We have the anti-missile system thing there, and we have the way where we can walk down into the big hall. In case you missed some episode, here we have a docker to dock airships so that we can walk on board. We have the lunch of the day together with all sorts of goodies that bots might enjoy, and a lost thing. Some beautiful assets we lent from Setup for his Stridsjacht design, and the little pool table area. We go down here, we have like an empty area with more drinks yet again. And remember, this is a golden feast hall that's supposed to, well, you're supposed to await Ragnarok from there, kind of. Now these connections, they look kind of weird. Why did I add them? I'm not sure if I completely... whatever. It looks pretty cool. We have the Vigoletta Marksman. We have the Arquebalista. We got all sorts of cool turrets going on here. So yeah. And if we look inside this portion here, we still have a very empty, big shell of a ship. If we go here. We of course don't use any water pumps because that lags too much, but I think you already know that. And I think my speed mode for going around is a little bit too quick. It's really twitching like that. I'm not sure if you like that or not. Like the video if you like it. Also like the video if you don't like it. More engines and some stuff like that. We have a tiny engine power problem, so that might need to be solved in the future. Or we need to cut down on the LAM a little bit. We shall indeed see. Now here we have this armor here, and I think this armor has a little too high block count, and it's probably not really delivering. This armor is probably really good against heat shells, but against what we have it at now, I don't think this armor is really good, but in this episode we won't really change those right now. So then you might wonder, what will this episode be about? Well, let me tell you. Do you see the biggest turrets here? Yes, these two. Above here we have the detonator, and below we have the crusher. Yes. So the crusher is a 3-barreled design, and it has some penetrating plumes of frags. So it's basically some kind of heat cannon with slight EMP charges. And we divide it up in 3 barrels, which makes it so that it's less likely to get shot out of the sky using kinetic sieves. For the destroyer, we have a more classic Doomcram setup, and having all the payload in one shell makes it so that it's less likely for flak sieves to shoot down the target. And that's all in theory. And with this we can shoot down, we can avoid kinetic sieves, and with this we can avoid flak sieves. But after the previous episode, which you probably saw, I came to the fun little conclusion that flak diffs is kind of superior. flak anti-cram sieves. We can shoot down big barrages from the setup's Turtle Lord using them, and I suspect that we could use the same weapon to great effect to counter this ship. So, firstly, I got some crazy idea. Now, the detonator doesn't have that long of a barrel for its stock design, so I thought that it would be a cool idea to redesign this turret, short barrel standard version, to a slightly more expensive turret that's named after our honorable Army of Jihadism Admiral Super Dave. So we're going to use Admiral Super Dave's glorious status and insert that into a upgraded version of this turret. Now it's really cool that this turret is more cheap. I mean, that's a really good thing. But I thought that if we only have one firing piece, it could probably be a good idea to not only like have one layer of heavy armor protecting the pieces, but actually having some really thick turret armor. So we basically spend the cost. Since the Crusher is more expensive, then I thought, what if we make this turret as expensive? So we're going to update this turret, and you're gonna see in a moment why we do that. Alright, so the stats at a glance. AOG detonator, 90-70mm cram class A cannon. And why isn't it 2000? Two reasons. Because I think that if it's a little bit smaller than the other ones, the enemy LAM system will not target the detonator, and they will instead target other cram cannons, which are not as high payload carrying. That's my thought. The other thing, it's boring to have everything 2000mm. That's actually the main reason, by the way. So I want to have slight variations. So yes, maybe some of you think it's more efficient with flat 2000, but it's only 30mm. I'm sure it doesn't make a huge big difference, and this is how I want to have it anyways, even if it's slightly less efficient. So when we have gone over that, you will see that the original detonator costs 150,000 materials. It is a good turret. It really is efficient. It really adds what we want. And if we go in here on sub-objects, we can see we have a detonator Mark II cram, class S Dave, and that's of course class S, like in S tier. You know where we're going with this. Anyways, and also SS in Super, so it's Super Dave. So here we have it, Admiral Super Dave's variant. We added some decals. It is more expensive. It's actually quite a bit more expensive. To be precise, it's 170,000 materials. So it's not that much more expensive, but more than 10,000. So we spent some on armor. And as you can see here, this now has heavy armor fronted areas, so that frags and stuff that is coming in a glance at the top of the turret will meet some heavy armor resistance, and this will make it so that they bounce off much easier. Now there is another thing that's changed with the S-Dave variant. Here you can see the reload time is 16 seconds, 0.34, and the reload time on the original is 14.58 seconds. So basically what we have done is that we have increased the reload time a little bit. So this shell health has 216,000 and this old shell health has 180,000 almost. So it's a little bit more sturdy in terms like that, because I thought that we really can't afford that the enemy shoots down the shell, so we're gonna make it slower, more expensive, and we did that by adding some more compactors at some free places. I think it may be slightly less efficient. We can easily check that because it's a single barrel cannon and it's easy to check stuff like that on these. But if we see here, where is it? Material cost, material per firepower, 506. And this one's material per firepower is 500. 135. Okay, cool. It's actually more efficient, never mind. It shoots less often, but only slightly. They're still pretty... This is pretty fast to be this gauge, actually. A lot of people will recommend you having slower reload times. But since this is a capital ship, we really want to deal the max amount of damage we can in the earliest minute of the battle. So I think it's personally worth it for me to have a faster reload speed, because in case the first shell misses and it has like 40-second reload speed like some people recommend you to have, I think that would be a catastrophe. So it's less than 20 seconds, so we can shug out 2 shells, and I hope it will not be too easy to actually shoot down this shell. Anyways, so that's an upgrade, and you might think we're pretty close to the material limit on cost. How are you gonna be able to support this? Well, you'll see in a moment. Anyways, this has, let's see here, what do we have? We have pellets, Horner, HE, frag, mostly frag, 12 EMP. This one has some more EMP, some less explosives, the same amount of frag. Yeah, so it's basically a similar loadout actually. And thanks to the longer barrel, the base inaccuracy is a little bit smaller. I think we should do like this. We should go into... Oh, what is it? Delete? No. Insert? No. Home. End it is. And we're gonna cut off left, right. Where is he? Can have this little cutting thing here. You can see this also has a little shield projector in here. It's just turned off. This one is turned on, but I kept it there, of course. It has more heavy armor in front of it. It's of course a little bit EMP susceptible, as you probably know. But I really wanted the armor there, so I didn't think it was... here it is. I didn't... like 60% susceptible, yeah. I didn't think it was worth it to use one of these spaces there. Instead, I think we have some hidden surge protectors there. But you can see here we have some lighter heavy armor going on here. We of course have some serious heavy armor, but we don't have the thick stuff. Alright, I was just gone for like 5 minutes and you didn't notice, but whatever. Right, where were we? So, it has much thicker armor here, right? And one thing I really wanted to add, you can see this thing is kind of a little bit susceptible to HESH spam in the wrong area. So if it gets shot here, bionk, the HESH shells might get in here and deal some damage. It doesn't really have a lot of those angles to deal with the HESH. It has it from above, because I would think that a HESH spammer would come mostly from above, but that's a small weakness. So for the upgraded version, I made an little air pocket everywhere that's like heavy armor, and we had to have heavy armor versus heavy armor here just because we want to have enough armor, right? So I think this investment might be worthwhile. And now you might wonder, what are we like up to doing here? Well then, I will tell you. We're gonna do like this. We're gonna take our very nice little ship, and we're going to fit it. One of them we're going to fit with 2 AOG detonator 1970mm Mark II Cram Class S Dave. Class S Dave. Yes. And the other one we're gonna fit with these. The Crushers. So, and we're gonna pitch them against each other, and we will thus do proper battle testing in order to see which of them is best. And this is something you always have to do when building ships. That's to test it against itself, because one of the absolute best ways to really find the weaknesses this particular design has. So, without further ado, let's retrofit the ship and spawn them in. And that's not very fun, so I'll just do it. Alright, Team 1 is Q41 Super Dave. Team 2 in Scarlet Dawn colors are Q41 Crushers. Beautiful! And they're gonna spawn head on, so that they don't run away from each other and get close if they fail to maneuver. Great test to do that. So I'm gonna click the start button and I'll see you in 2 minutes when it's loaded in. And there we have it, the ships have loaded in. This is the AOG... Well, they're both the Gimlet, but this is the Super Dave variant, which you can see on these glorious turrets here. That have like blue stripes like this too. And I took that from the Admiral's badge, I believe, from the commissioned officer. And about that, I will also give huge thanks to Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Albert Benke, Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagreed, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. So we had some new folks joining, which is absolutely awesome. In any case, here we have it. That's the Super Dave thing. Let's move over to this evil Scarlet Dawn design, which is of course fitted with what is that? Quadruple crushers. So it should really crush through any kinetic lamps. So let us slow. You know what? We should actually slow down time here. I want to see what happens. Alright, we got some shots incoming there. This is gonna be completely off, isn't it? They are grilling each other. Ooh. Yes, this laser, I'm not sure we have a lot of smoke in this area. That may be something we should fix. We have a laser warner here though. No, that's a munition warner. They updated the AI. This is the alpha branch, by the way. Because I think that's fun to play alpha branch. So our results should also be a little bit... well, we shouldn't believe them too much. Alright then. I wonder if the cram shells got through here. Hard to say. We should sneak by the cram shells coming in here. So here we have detonators, Super Dave detonators, 200k damage. These are really scary. If they get through, they can deal some serious damage. And one thing I was actually thinking about when building this design, that is that our armor is probably too expensive. Like, I know what you're saying, your armor is too thin, but honestly, I'm not sure about that. Oh, here we see the first flak rod is in there. Interceptors is popping in. Kinetic sieves 2. Oh, 3 flaks. Okay, and we got more. More interceptors. Oh, they got them out of the sky. Whew, that was that could have been real scary. And the laser is lasing here. Seem to not have stopped anything from moving yet. The laser has started to target up here. And that's probably because it's set against hot blocks and we have a heat decoy up there. And that's exactly why you need some heat decoys. Okay. Interesting. So, Crushers is actually behind, which is this one. I think it's time we speed up. We should probably speed up to normal speed, to be honest. Alright. I wonder where they did damage to this one. Now Super Dave has taken some damage too. It's equal stats for now. The pack is popping in. Bam. EMP surges goes through there. Oh. Here we see the crams. We got 4 shots incoming there. Lambs target them. Whoa, they all go through, right? Bam! That's probably some damage there. Oh, this part of the feast hall isn't very easy. Did I mention this is hollow point mainly? The crushes are hollow points, so they basically crumple structures like this. Now, oh no. I forgot to set up the rotation limit on the turret. This is what happens if you don't set up your rotation limits properly. Your turrets might be sad like this. And is this one having the same? No, it's actually popping along very fine. Well, since 2 of the Doom Crams of the Super Dave is disabled for this test, I must say I think it's a little bit unfair. Actually, quite a bit unfair. Alright. Oh, well, we can see it's good to have bulk, that's for sure. I think actually Super Dave, in terms of like armor, has a little bit of an advantage here. Just because the Crushers do a lot of surface damage and the Gimla has a lot of bulk. Both versions have the same bulk, of course. Yeah, these just go through. They get damaged, of course, but man. Alright. And there we have, we got popping along there. Here we can see a few of the barrels there on the Crushers are damaged. Anti-missile systems are really shopping along here. Super Dave is like half a percentage behind. But I do also feel like that this particular battle is slightly unfair since it's not even in terms of the turrets. I would wanna see if the turrets will reach here or not. There we got some firing flashes. Okay. Come on. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, they're gonna go through, aren't they? Bam. Bam. They did go through. There's another barrel too. Yeah, that's some damage in the turrets there. Crushers and Super Dave are not far in between. It really picks those barrels off using using fragments and stuff like that. Alright. I think a lot of the diff rods are used up, and that's why we don't have so many of them shot out of the sky. But what I think we should restart the battle actually. I don't think the results is too interesting since 2 of the turrets are still stuck behind there. And there we have it, the battle is now ongoing, and you can see I spawned them slightly with the broadside angle to each other so that the guns will turn the right direction from the get-go. Right. They turn pretty quickly. The laser sound is... Whoa, hoo, 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 the needles! Man, they're exactly designed to do that, by the way. They're exactly designed to shower the target with needles if it destroys it. And you can see the needles don't do too much damage. And that's actually partly thanks to my surface layer little armor, I believe. Alright. Cram shells are popping in there. One got destroyed. Yeah, they're coming in there. Ooh, Civ's turret is down. Well, that's 10k loss already. So the Crushers is actually a little bit in the lead here. And I have insane amount of like alpha Civs potential. It's pretty crazy. I know there are Doom Crowns that have health of like 400,000, but they don't reload this fast. They reload a lot slower usually. Alright. Crushers went down to 97. Interesting. Let's see, we got another volley of shots incoming there. They're going through. It looks like they're going through. It's hard to see when my game is in degraded mode. You know, we can run it thanks to not having any water pumps. If we had water pumps, I would not be able to run this. So that's why this rule, that's why that rule is no joke. Like, seriously. Alright. For me, it depends on your processor and stuff like that. I'm trying to target those crams, but they are getting through. You can see we did big damage to the cram shell, however. You can see that this cram shell didn't do much damage. I do wonder if that's really the 1970 the Crusher, or if that was actually our tiny cannon, but that's actually armor piercing, so it shouldn't be that. This is a small cluster of the extra turrets we have. I think it's the stealth daggers. Gonna be interesting to see if any of these shells get through. I think maybe. I think it was this gun that actually we went with to the Scarlet Dawn painted ship, the Crusher one. Alright, so, oh my god, the Crusher's version, this version, is down to 93%, and Super Dave is up to 97%. It's very interesting. So when it had... Now this one has their cannons turned the wrong way. What's going on, man? Alright, minus... Okay, we set them with a, like, 30-degree angle. Come on now. The battle is ongoing. We're gonna follow this diff shot and see if it got sniped. It did actually get sniped. Okay, cool. Alright. Here we have the needles coming in here. I think I overestimate the power that my needles actually deal to the target when they land. Because this ain't much, man. This ain't much, man. Isn't that lovely? Our laser wastes time shooting on this tiny little heat, like, warm block up there. Whoa. This is interesting. What happened with the lasers? Oh, nothing. Oops. Here we got another volley of shots incoming. They got deleted, actually. I wonder if that was the small cannons. Probably was. The stealth daggers. Which are the ones you see in the center of screen right now. That, however, was not those. That's some proper stuff. Okay. Lambs popping in there. Did they disappear? It looked like they disappeared. It's so hard to see when we don't get the like the tails on these shots. Alright, popping in. Getting through. Interesting. But doesn't deal too much damage though. Another volley popping in there. Flak sieves. Picking up most of it. We also have some live help of the seagulls, but not the one in the game, whatever it's called. In any case, see where this goes here. Ooh, wow, that seemed to do a... That's actually some surface level... Did that actually go deep? Interesting. 97 versus 96%. So the Super Daves are slightly in the lead. Now, this is not the fault of how we set it up. It seems that we have killed a weapons computer down here. Oh, yes, we have. Wow, so that turret is actually disabled from the fragments that entered. It felt like the battle has been going in this direction, the small like tests we have done previously. So we'll see if this continues, but I really wonder, it may be so that the Super Dave variant turret is superior and that we should only have that. Interesting. Do we get any shots coming in from here too? We got a couple of them. We're gonna follow through here, see what they are gonna do. Lambs took him out, and oh, the other one got bounced. Interesting. But Crushers are really taking more damage quickly. It seems that the fragments from the Super Dave variant, from the Detonator variant, just is more efficient in taking out important components. And I must say, I do feel I have a really high budget that's put onto shooting at onto shooting at incoming cramshells. So I'm really wondering if this like actually will pay off or not, because it is expensive to have this anti-cram system thing. And of course both of the ship have the same system. Now we're gonna see, will these get through? Do we have any diff guns shot left? Wow! They all got deleted. 2 minutes in. That's impressive, I think. 2 minutes in. This one also has the kinetic sieves left. And this beefed up turret seems to be more resilient than the Crushers for sure. They do have quite a bit of more. They have quite a bit more armor on them too, of course, so that makes sense. Wow, that glanced off here. Alright. The Crushers is down to 89%. This is very interesting. I think we need to check the ships inside a little bit here. Yeah, the needles. They only deal damage if they actually reach the target. Alright, so we have a little quick interior sweep here to see. We got some big holes there. But you can see it hasn't reached through to damage any of the important components, so I bet the Super Dave variant has so much more healthy lambs, while the Crushers are down to 89%. And here we are. So what's happened here? We got a lot more of surface damage. I do think that the frags that has been able to penetrate has made, oh yes, they've dealt so much internal damage. The lamb nodes, that's not the lamb nodes, the lamb racks, packs, tubes, they're a little bit sad. Some of the energy generation damaged here. None of the turrets are actually intact from those shards. And even the engines have taken good bit beating too, so I do think that either the lambs are just damaged or the engines are damaged so that they can power the lambs. Interesting. Oh, bam! Did you see that? Holy crap! Well, that's just the pricken över it, as we say. It's the dot over the I. If that's something you can say in English, I don't know. In any case, ooh, wow, very interesting. So yeah, no way we can stop this penetrating capabilities of the Super Dave variant of the Crushers. Here we have the Stoners, however. You can see how much, since this is like alloy tetras mostly, they just remove a chunk so big. That's really funny. They have the same, by the way. We only switch the cram systems. Well, this makes it very apparent that the Crushers, they're not really doing the heavy lifting, and since we have 4 Super Dave detonator turrets, we don't need to have Crushers as cover Because as said, they have 3 shots in them, and that would make it more likely for enemy civs to aim at clusters, which would be them, which would let the others through. But since the detonators are so strong in themselves, we don't really need to spend materials on that. And the higher health of the shots from the detonators makes it so that all of them are not shot out. And it seems that Super Dave's variant there is able to shoot out more of the cram shells that are coming in. But look at this design, it's not giving up. It is losing, but it's not giving up. Ooh, that was a nasty hit, man. Wow. I'm pretty happy with my detonators, especially the Super Dave variant. They're extra good, but also extra expensive. Alright. Let's fly with some crushers here and see if they get through now. This Super Dave variant is still at 94%. Oh, and the lambs took one and the diff rod took the other. Bam, that's teamwork, man. Alright, that settles it. The crushers are officially a worse turret compared to the Super Dave variant for big battles like this. I do suspect that the crushers will deliver much better results when fitted on a ship that's shooting on smaller ships, because then we could basically crumple those small ships with one blast, whereas the fragments could possibly miss, but that's just some speculations. Probably the Super Dave variant is just better all around, to be quite honest. Well, Doom Crams. Doom Crams. Single barrel Doom Crams are a class of their own, and multi-barrel has some advantages in terms of materials per firepower, but it seems to be only for smaller designs. When we come up to the really big Doom Cram or larger crams in general with 3D Tetris and all that, it seems that a single barrel one is better. But we're gonna do an empirical testing video about that later for sure. By the way, I have upgraded these automatic turrets here. So now they actually fire not only this beautiful little shell, which is this a heat or is this a hash now? God damn it, I can't remember. This is hash. Anyways, they also fire disruptor conduits, because I thought that having a constant fire of disruptor conduits may help the crams to get through better. But both ships have them, so it shouldn't matter for this particular test. Yeah. But very interesting indeed that we got such results. And really bad luck for this turret to get taken out early on, but it has gone in this direction a long time, so I don't expect any other outcome. Well, in any case, I think we're gonna look at some future things that we're gonna work on in some future iterations. 42 is the answer, and this is version 154, yay, of the Q or Gimle project. And as you can see, both the Super Dave and Crushers variant were actually over budget, and now I have removed some stuff to make it not be over budget anymore, which is good. And here we have it, the awesome AOG Gimle Super Battleship. Not at all dramatic. Anyways, so what have we done? We made it fit the budget. So I had to remove some stuff. I wouldn't say it's junk, but I have to remove some stuff. I have made this AMS system a little bit smaller here. I did remove the pneumatic sieve system because it turns out it is really good at shooting at cram shells if they come in at the right angle. And they're really bad at shooting at like missiles and stuff, so it had to go because it was too expensive. Replaced it with a simple S-Corp little diff gun here to shoot at incoming cram shells instead, or missiles. Right, so that's actually the main things that has been saving some materials. And what we are going to do in future little iterations here is that we're going to switch up and test which armor could be potentially better than with the one we have here, since the one we have here is really good against heat, but that's something we're probably not gonna see and be spammed with. And heat at these sizes anyways doesn't matter too much, so whatever. Oh, and now I just remembered, we have a typo I need to fix that some of you in comments kindly told me to fix. So, and that is probably inside of here. Yeah, that's the Ragnarök. It's the Ragnarök, of course. I think it was that. Please, everyone, do a quick spell check. No. I'm gonna fix that later. So yeah, that's really cool. We're going to remove the side of the armor here, and we're gonna replace it with some new stuff. All right, so here we are. This is the ship. This is the Gimle, and of course we had some improvements from the previous versions, as you might imagine. Now, last time, I almost didn't remember, but last time we did some battle testing, and well, sorry for the delay between this episode and the last episode during this series, but that happens. I needed to test this ship extra carefully and see what things I could improve, because I really wanted to make sure that this version of the ship is actually a good one that I'm going to put up for the battles. Because basically I felt with the Draconia it had so many flaws that I could have addressed earlier that it felt like the Mark II was just so much better than the like newer ships. The Mark II was so much better than the Mark I, so I thought it was really nice to kind of have that. Now let's see here. The cutting point still doesn't... No, it doesn't work. Well, that's sad. Anyways, what we can do here, we can just see the armor here. We have a lot of wedges here. And this armor scheme isn't bad. It is, however, adapted for not very strong kinetic shots. So I think that the type of damage we are more likely to actually get damaged from is not any kind of sandblasting or armor piercing, like armor piercing high explosive things, which I actually made this for. The things that will damage us and actually make a lot of damage is cram shots. And this is not helping a slight bit with cram shots, and thus it is providing a lot of unnecessary materials spent for this armor. So what I have deemed is this armor to be ineffective, too expensive. And I know a lot of you have said that, Jimerism, come on, you're building a big ship, you should actually have thicker armor. And you know what? I'm not listening to you. So, we are starting to strip away the armor here. You can see that here are the wedges. There is just so many blocks here, and most of these blocks ain't doing jack shit, to be quite honest. It doesn't make sense. We also have some sections of heavy armor, wedge armor here to really back some important components behind of it. But I am thinking this is a waste of material. So yes, maybe it's good for some ships to have thicker armor, but when we are facing crams, come on mate, you can't armor against that. Whatever you do, the cram shot, the Doom cram shot will get through. So we are opting for redundancy, which was the plan with this ship from the beginning. And that's something we should continue with, because that's one of the core values with this ship. It's size, bulk and redundancy. And then we don't need to spend a lot of armor cost really, because we won't stop the cram shell. Yes, it will help with armor-piercing shells from APS cannons, but not much more than that. Yes, it will help with fragments that are really steep. It will help a lot against heat shells. In our tests, this was one of the most effective armor types we could have against heat shells. And yes, that is true. But still, what is a heat shell going to do against this ship? I mean, this beast is huge. We won't be taken down by a simple, petty heat shots. Not even a thing that spams a lot of heat shots. So what I have been thinking is that we should probably make the armor thinner at the outside. Because you may have seen the Secret Advisor's wooden diff gun ships that just provides great performance, and they basically have no armor. The greatest armor, some say, is air. And I'm starting to believe that a little more. And I'm not believing that completely because I don't think that's quite true. I think you can make a good Alpha Strike craft using a lot of diff guns, but that lags too much, honestly. I know, because I built a ship that uses only diff guns, almost. Not only, it has a lot of cramps, but it has a lot of diff guns. And it was supposed to go against Azusa's Saturnus class ship, but it didn't work because it lagged too much when we had two of them. It just did not work. And that was because it had loads of diff guns. So having diff guns and just wood and thin armor works well, because then there is no weak point to really hit against. But really, when you're making ships that are also fun and using all types of systems and methods in the game, well, diff gun ship is not the answer. And they have a lot of weak points too, but what I wanted to say with the entire idea was that thick armor rarely wins, especially not during big battles. So yeah, that's my reasoning behind not listening to your thoughts about making the armor a lot thicker than it already is. And of course, this is a one-sider if you didn't remember it. Like, this side is literally like alloy tetras and metal blocks, tetras and full blocks, and a mix of them. It's just really thin. And as promised, here you can see I'm actually removing the entire side of armor. The armor slab I developed for this project is removed, and we have moved the cost of this ship to a flat 2 million. So yeah, the armor wasn't super expensive, but I will remember it was a little bit too expensive with the armor after the battle testing session, so it had to be discounted for anyways. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually use some of my armoring budget to armor parts that were damaged during the battle test. So for example, these laser tubes here, they have some slight armor, but they were actually easily damaged, which made our LAM and laser damage laser system go down easily. So these are going to get some armor. These areas here also need some buff. And of course, nothing can get through to the AI core, so I think we're gonna have some more ERA on top of that. Someone also suggested that I should have ERA armor inside the side of this ship, and I'm gonna see if I can have one layer of staggered ERA in this craft without breaking the block limit of 100,000. So I'm also going to give you some rules in this video for what you need to adhere to if you want to participate in the open submission Gimle battle. Basically, battle the Gimle. It's a little bit similar. You know, Brenzo remade the Ragnarök ship, and that was super cool. And he had a Kill the Ragnarök tournament. Now, probably won't do a real tournament. I most likely would just do a Kill the Gimle, but if we have some particularly nice ships we really like, we might pitch them against each other anyways, because that can be quite fun. So yeah, there we have it. We're going to move on to the next iteration. I will also say that some of the rules, I've been slightly inspired by Brenzo's rules, like the altitude. You can't build a submarine basically. And you can't build an airship that flies too high, but I'm gonna give you the rules at the end of this video so you know exactly what to adhere to for the open submission. And there is no deadline, it's an open submission, and that's also one of the reasons why there is not a real, like, proper tournament. So yeah, it's like that. But anyways, let's move on to the next iteration. Alright, so this is a weird little session here. You can see my FPS is actually fine, because I went into here and I clicked boost my performance. So if you think my game looks like shit, well, that's why. I hope you enjoy the 60 FPS. I do. But in any case, I will say this, the texts and logos don't always work on other faction colors, but I will say that Gimle looks basically great in any faction color. It still looks kinda cool. Now this is a little weird thing, this is the first iteration we looked at during this session, and it is actually battling, if I may ride with something, I may not. It is actually battling this thing, which is a test version. This is Gimle working in Q44, and it is void armor. This is no armor. This is just one layer of metal. That's it. I wanted to test if it even matters if we have armor or not. Like, basically, if I put armor on this thing, will it be improved at all? Like, does it matter? So that's what I did. I added just one layer of metal, nothing inside of here, nothing fancy, just 1 meter of regular metal, not backed by anything, just to compare how it does battle with the original design. So this ship has a cost, it's basically like 2 million, of course, very cheap. So this is battling against itself, and I already ran this test. I'm not going to make you watch these tests. You don't know how many battles I've tried the Gimle with itself with. Like, I did different iterations of the ship and I put them against each other so that I can, like, compare which version of the Gimle is the better. So this is one of the reasons it has taken so much time for me to get this episode out, because I have literally run more than 10 tests where the Gimle battles different versions of itself, and this is one of them. Now, not to spoil any action you won't see anyways, but the armor actually matters. This version that has no armor actually loses always against this version that has the previous armor. So by this test we can conclude that yes, the Gimle should have armor. It matters if it has armor. So now we need to go to the next point, how to make the armor. And yes, I've literally used this clipboard to check things like check for excessive heavy armor, add spawn smoke in the front, check diff guns, and like everything. Torpedoes, sieves. This is like, I filled this block with like improvements and suggestions and stuff. So anyways, let's dive in. So this version we have started to work on the internal armor of the Gimle. So basically here, if you go in here, you can see we added more armor so that we won't be killed by stray fragments that often anymore. We buffed up some era in the front in case the AI gets sniped from in front during the first frame. That would be really sad with charge lasers. Another reason we're adding spawn smoke in the front, but that will come in a later iteration. And you can see we have got some internal armor for that. And again, the laser units I talked about earlier, they have gotten a nice little box of alloy poles to have some weird angles against the incoming frags, as well as give floatiness, as well as activate any armor piercing heat shell. So yeah, that's what we've been working on here. And again, some internal heavy armor that I had before has actually been removed, and we have some wooden barriers inside of here actually to detonate shells perhaps before they deal any super weird damage. Anyways, that's what I've been doing. And that leaves the next point. How to build the armor so it kind of works against most things. I already know that I cannot stop a cramshell. So I will try to make a armor that is much cheaper, but is still decent against kinetic damage types like armor piercing with a payload. So armor piercing with a payload is best tackled with ERA. So I decided to try and develop an armor pattern that we can use inside of the side hull of the Gimle that has ERA in it. So that will basically negate enemies' APS shells, which is great. So these are 3 different variants of armor that could be used, and we have a shell popping up there. So we're just gonna reload here, and we're gonna fire a shot, and we're going to do like this, of course. I'm just wondering, like, okay, we're turned off. Let's try again. There we go. It gets destroyed. Very nice. We'll go to the next one that only has wood. And you can see it has the same effect. Actually, less blocks are destroyed in this test. But you can see that these wooden blocks are actually very damaged, so they would get easily damaged during the next blast. And here we have this one, which has the amazing effect of having a, well, wood-backed metal area, which I have been testing in earlier things. Works like a spall liner. In this case it don't, but we get some slight boost from the wood to the metal, and backing metal with wood is actually quite efficient. You know the wood metal checkerboard pattern? Well, it turns out it works better with layering, having 1 layer of metal backed by 1 layer of wood. So that's actually better. So this is like the upgraded and more simple checkerboard armor, but a very thin layer. So yeah, that's pretty decent. And if we run the tests again, we can just see here, we go back here. We're gonna do a blast there, deletes those blocks, blast there, deletes those blocks, and blast here, deletes those blocks. So I feel that having an extra layer of wood here kind of improves it quite a lot. On top of that, this one has alloy blocks, and these alloy blocks don't take much more damage than those metal blocks that were here. So technically, this armor is thicker and better, but in terms of floatiness, I think this armor will perform better for less. So it is a little bit cheaper and it's a quite bit lighter. So I think we're gonna go with this type of armor for the Gimle. So with those tests, which I have been doing a lot, I actually was intended to upload an empirical testing video about this itself, but I did that in secret instead. So here are the fast results. Anyways, let's move on to the next iteration. And there we are. This is the next iteration of the Gimle. And I have started to add armor here. I also decided to add a layer, like here, a thin layer of just these beam slopes of alloy to provide some deflection points for fragments, alternatively armor piercing things. So when they blast through and kind of penetrate, that they deal less damage, since we already know that shots will come from almost a 90-degree angle. Why is we should have an angle? That's also the reason why we had all of those wedges before. The problem with the wedges was 1, a little bit too expensive, 2, a little bit too heavy because it was metal, and 3, well, it only gives a great buff if the enemy is using kinetic APS, and since they're probably gonna use cram, well, whatever. So, but I added that. I think it's worth it, but I did realize one thing. Here is my armor. It looks like this. 1 meter of metal, 1 meter of wood. Then we have staggered ERA with alloy. Gives floatiness and good protection from APS. The only problem with this is that we cannot cover the entire side of this. If we do that, we're going to exceed budget. And I don't want to remove any weapon systems to basically have less firepower. Right now we have a firepower of 1687, and I don't want to have less than that, I hope. So what I did instead is that I have looked internally where we should be able to actually protect. So of course we want to protect our turrets, so in front of the turrets we're gonna have the staggered era, and this turret, well, it doesn't start from the bottom, it actually starts from the middle of the ship because it's the same turret. So we don't need to have staggered era all the way down. So what I'm basically doing is that I'm putting the staggered era pattern wherever I need to have it and skipping it where I don't need to have it. And hopefully this method will be able to have a cost-efficient but still effective armoring scheme. Finally it is restored to its former glory. We have the Hesh deflection tetras on top of here. No, these are not tetras, these are square corners. And in a previous episode we could see how they can be used to deflect Hesh direction. So what I basically did is that in the internal armor where I don't need to have staggered era, there is only like 1 meter of metal and 1 meter of wood, and then we have like 1 of this and basically very thin armor. Yeah, so that's what we did. We got some alloy on the side and we got some wood on the side here too. So that's what I've opted for basically. Staggered era where we need it and basically no armor where we don't need it. So you can see this patch, nothing important behind here. I have small patches here to make railguns not take out some of my LAM systems too easily, but really it works fine with this type of empty space, it really does. And I shouldn't say too much because we're of course going to test this version against Q42 before I upload the submission. Not in this video though, but probably in the video where we're gonna release it. We can probably show some of the final fixes and suggestions that you guys have asked me to test or change. In any case, that's basically that. I think I did some improvements for the internal armor as well, possibly. So we have some barriers here and there, meaty connections there. Yeah, I think that's completely fine. Oh, and one thing, that's what I wanted to cover too. We have some staggered era. Okay, that's in the next iteration, never mind. Oh yes, yes it is. In the front, I added some staggered era, so that when we get shot from the front during the first blast, a railgun can't handicap us too much. It's going to kind of stop there. So I thought that was kind of reasonable to actually have here. Maybe we're gonna add some more staggered era in the lower bottom front. We'll see. Our only problem right now is that this iteration is actually over budget. It can be max 2.19 something. Like, it can't be 2.2 something, then it's over budget. And as you can see, I've solved this issue, barely. This is borderlining the max allowed rating. But what I did to make it a little bit cheaper is that you can see the turrets that I had here. We had the stealth daggers here, and I replaced them with the Type A turrets. The C-class Type A turrets. So they're back here. Really cheap, doesn't do much, and the previous ones didn't do much either. The problem with the previous turrets was that they were not able to get through serious civs systems, and they were still kind of expensive. So when we're really building something that can get through like heavy civs and interceptors and stuff like that, we basically need doom crams. That is the entire reason why we had to scrap the crushers and or was it the crushers? No, that's, yeah, maybe, yeah, the crushers. We had to scrap the crushers and replace them with the detonators instead, just to limit the amount of shots we had. The crushers were great against smaller vessels, but when we're up against heavy civs, one shot beats it all. So yeah, that's why. So we made those turrets cheaper. I think we discounted some other systems somewhere too, perhaps somewhere. But basically, we made it meet the budget, basically. We also removed some of the metal beams at the side where it doesn't take any fire with just, well, metal square corners like this, because it didn't make sense to spend on full beams here, really. Just didn't make sense. So yeah, that's some improvement. Another thing we have been working on is that these missile interceptors in the back that was supposed to target torpedoes, they just didn't work very well at all. So I have been starting to develop some different types of methods to shoot at potential incoming turrets, torpedoes I mean. Here, for example, we have a kinetic autocannon that, if not able in combat against torpedoes, will shoot against the enemy's ship underwater. So it actually has a function. And it's basically shooting kind of accurate heavy head shots like this. You can see it's heavy head, stabilizer fins, super cavitation, dealing some damage to torpedoes. Not shooting too fast. How fast is it shooting? 6 seconds between the shots, but still does decent damage and helps. During some tests against the Stronghold's torpedoes, they still got through, however, so I started to also develop a diff gun. A diff flak cannon with a super cavitation module, so that we can actually use a diff flak system to target incoming torpedoes. And this system is of course super cheap, because it's a diff gun with very minimal armor. So yeah, I actually had better luck with this flak diff guns against torpedoes, so I ended up adding more of them and less of the kinetic system, because the kinetic system still costs ish 6,000 per turret. The commissioned officers can see them if you want to download it. I'm not sure if they are in the files actually, they might, I will update them. In any case, that's basically that. And I added a cool little shield here. But in any case, what I did now is that I did a little combat testing against a random Megalodon and realized that, one, it doesn't look cool because it sits too low in the water. And this doesn't affect performance, I know that. But for me, looking cool is pretty important, as you can see from this hull. Looks better in high settings. But anyways, I elevated its like altitude. It's of course using upprops, because in this tournament or this challenge, the Gimle battles, using air pumps is completely banned because it lags too much on my system. I can't record that. So when I build large ships, I sadly have to rely on passive float or upprops. Water pumps lag too much. Having one of those or a helium pump on your ship will immediately disqualify you from participating. So just make sure that you don't have it on your ship. Like, make sure, go into the list, click the Shift E, go to block counter, and make sure that you do not have a water pump or helium pump present here. And if they're present, it's bad. Even if they're deactivated, they still cause lag. I tried it myself, it's super weird, but they cause lag deactivated too. But in any case, that's how it is. This is also where you check how many repair bots you have. More about that in the rules soon. But when making those tests with a higher altitude, you can see now they are precisely residing just above the red line where it should be. And this deck is actually always above water, as it should be. In any case, doing that meant that we actually require more power. When in battle, the power levels went too low. So I had to remove 3 of the propellers here in the back, and I decreased its turning rate a little bit, so it's slightly slower and slightly less agile. Otherwise we'll need to invest in a lot more engines, and then I need to remove some firepower, and I don't want to do that again. Or at all. I don't want to do that, yeah. What we also did is I've installed a somewhere here. No, that's another iteration, never mind. So that's that. There we have it. Do you see this? Well, that's a mimic, but down here somewhere we have a spawn smoke system. So now this vessel provides spawn smoke in the front. It's gonna spawn with a nose to the front, And this should really make it so that a charge laser can't crit us in a very sad way. I hope... maybe I need more spawn smoke, because I'm actually not sure if the smoke protects everything in front of it. Like if we go forwards here and we got the smoke here, will it protect everything in front of it, or does it only protect things in this area? Because I just realized it may possibly only protect things in this green area, which would be bad. Then it means I would need some spawn smoke here too at the first turret. Yeah, I probably need to add that. I need to write it down. Yeah, so please tell me that in the comments if you happen to know the details on that, however. But in any case, that's some things that have been done. Maybe I need to improve the spawn smoke a little bit. I'm hoping that this will protect the ship from the front, the entire ship. But again, please tell me, because I'm not completely sure about this now when I realize it, because let's actually check the values. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that the smoke only reduces AP to the blocks within its green vicinity, and that we basically need more spawn smoke in that case. And this basically means that when we're moving, the smoke gets reduced, the effectiveness, but it doesn't move. So having smoke in the front of the ship, like in the nose here, won't like flow behind it and cover and envelop the ship in smoke. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, well, anyways, that's how that is. It's a little bit weird, but again, please enlighten me if you know. And here we got a test mini iteration of the previous design, and you may wonder what's the difference between this. Well, what I did for this craft is that I disconnected each of the lamps. So the lamp systems on this build is actually disconnected. It has the same cost as the previous iteration over there, and the only difference is that it can't use its lamps. This also means that the laser's full potential will be outputted in damage laser. So the damage laser on this iteration is actually much stronger than this, by the simple fact that not a single piece of energy is used to power the lamps. This is a test I have been running a good couple of times too, which I of course won't necessarily show you again, because this is a slow battle, which may not be very interesting for you and absolutely not interesting for me, because I already know the outcome. And I will, spoiler alert for a battle you won't see, but basically a lot of people have been suggesting that for really large ships you should not waste anything on lamps, because at this scale lamp should not matter. But from my tests with the Gimle versus the Gimle, the ship that doesn't have lamps, this one over here, always loses. So its increased damage potential from only using the lasers as damage lasers doesn't really provide a benefit. The lamps actually decrease the damage we are taking by quite a lot. So I've done some tests and I've come to the conclusion that lamps are worth it, even at this scale, even though a lot of people have been saying it shouldn't be worth it. But that's that, I guess. What I did, by the way, is that I have been putting the damage lasers and the lamps lasers on the same laser system to save costs. If it, however, was that we had a lamp system that was separate from the laser system, I probably think that the cost of that system would have not been worth it. But having the lamps and damage lasers on the same system actually seems to be a great way to save costs. So there we have it. Lamps, yes. But I will, however, say that it's not weird that people come to the conclusion that lamps are not worth it, because The difference isn't very huge, as you can see here. The system with no lambs can still win, and sometimes it's up to luck. Now, this battle, you can see that the system with the lambs connected up actually is only 1% in front of the other one. Now 2. But from my experience with my tests with the Gimle, it seems that it takes a couple of minutes, and quite far into the battles, it's concluded that the lamb system is able to provide so much support that it doesn't, like, it works. And I have spent several more hours adding details, so we're gonna spawn in the next iteration. But before that, I'm going to tell you this thing. You can see it looks pretty interesting, this game now. It looks kind of modern-ish or something like that. I'm just gonna show you basically what settings I use to do this. So when I want to go into cinematic mode, I go for nice full quality, so I just click maximum quality. And by the way, excuse my camera, it just stopped working, so it's a little bit scuffed right now. I think I need to replace it. But in any case, so basically here you can see I drag down ambient light just a little nudge. You know what? I'm gonna do like this. So just a little bit. And then reflection intensity factor is drawn up so that we get more shiny reflections. And then down here at bloom threshold, it's actually dragged down so that we get more bloom reactions. Then we have bloom intensity factor, and that can be drawn up or drawn down, depends on your taste. So, and of course full clarity. And this combination makes this little dreamy feeling in From the Depth. So if you want to take nice screenshots, those are my tips. So let's go and just explain one little thing that I had questions about last time. So for this smoke emitter right here, you can see this little green sphere. Any laser or missile laser that passes through this green sphere whenever it is active and emitting smoke will get a reduced accuracy / AP value. The lasers for missiles, of course, get reduced accuracy, and the damage doing lasers, of course, get reduced AP. So it is not, as I said, that I was fearing that it only protected the blocks within this sphere. It is not so. If it just goes through this green sphere, it will get reduced AP. And the AP will be reduced if we're moving quickly, but the smoke per se won't move. So if we move really quickly, it just gets weaker, but the smoke itself don't move like behind it, so it's not realistic in that way. But yeah, so that's how it worked. If you were confused about that, I had some very nice people in the comments or in Discord, don't remember which. I think I shouldn't, yeah. So basically, thanks for that. I did additional tests. I almost made a little testing session, but I didn't. But basically, I found the same results. It is true. It does indeed work. As long as the laser just passes through, AP is reduced. So we can survive with only having this spawn smoke here, since enemies will spawn in front of the enemy. Wait, enemy spawning in front of the enemy? I mean enemy spawning in front of the glorious army of Jumudism, of course. Well, let us spawn in the final iteration of this ship in 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Gimle Q51 is right here and spawned. So here it is, the final iteration of the Gimle, and it has some new beautiful details. Now you can't see much from here, but I've spent hours fixing up some scuffed corners and adding some nice decorations, so we should take a little look at them. Now, before we do any of that, I will just give a huge thank to all of you who has followed this series through and enjoyed the process. Thanks a lot for staying tuned, and I hope you have enjoyed it so far. We'll do many more building sessions in the future, so I hope you will stay tuned. And other than that, I will thank an extra time to setup. So elord/setup made some assets for the the Slabman challenge. Well, they made a really beautiful Stridsjacht Slabman, and it has some AOG assets on there. And I asked them, and I could copy them. So I've used some of those assets, like the sunbed there, and a nice pack of cannons here, beautiful tables and chairs here, and of course, most notably, the beautiful Diffgun manual loading style thing right here. Thanks a lot, setup. That's some great assets. Oh, and stuff like the cupboard desk, what is it called? Drawer with rings on it right here, as well as a shelf, a similar style shelf that we also used. Other than that, however, the decorations and design is all mine, but those details are of course here and there in furniture and stuff, but they just make a huge difference to the quality of the polish, to have some of those extra nice looking furniture. So I appreciate it a lot. Oh, a pool table too. Setup made a pool table that I used for this thing too. It's amazing. Well, in any case, let's dive into what's new here. And we should actually start in first person view. By the way, because I added a lot of decorations, we're now 2.199 and I didn't want to get that close to the limit, but well, the last bit was all decorations, so whatever, that's how it is. We're below the level we set, so it's okay at least. Anyways, we'll begin here in the cockpit. No, this is the flybridge. So I added some gemstones in the roof here to look nice and cool. Then we also have a text TV. I made a text TV and added some drink and stuff like there. And here we had a drunken matros. The one that leaves the most amount of likes on this video using different accounts is the official sleeping matros in this area. Anyways, here we have some helping hands, and we can of course go down here. So here we go. Be quick, this is the only VC. So yeah, there is a toilet here. Beautiful. This is the only toilet. Beautiful. And if we go along here, I added a poster with the ranks in the army of Jimodism, which I should indeed thank. So down here we have a huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave. And then we have, let's see here, Captain Y right here. And then we have Commander Jacob. And we have Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parvagrid, Tyler Ross, and Vincent Veritas. And Asteria, did I say Asteria? Anyways, huge thanks to all the lieutenants and of course the other cadets that are supporting the channel. About Captain Y, here he is, sleeping on his shift. That's why you have the opportunity to command the Gimle in case you download it from the Steam Workshop and spawn it. And a beautiful table from setup, I just love it. So in any case, let's be moving on here. We can go down here. It's not an all interior build like that. I just added some interiors because I thought it was a little bit cool. Anyways, let's check here. Here we have, who ordered this? Can we even use them? Everyone is at the party, question mark, expression mark. So yeah, we have some 64 pounders and nobody knows why we have them there. Here we have an extra engine. Use the other exit because of this. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. And of course, we can walk here at the promenade deck, I guess this is. We have some diff guns here and we got some beautiful... You can sit in all these sun shares, by the way, so I think it's pretty cool. And then you get back here, we have a Civs cannon and of course a way down to the party area. 2 bridge and water closet. You may not do your needs by the taffrails for obvious reasons. Yeah, that's because the flybridge and the rail down here isn't like, in case, you know, it's obvious. I don't need to explain why. So, air dinghy docking area. Tie properly when dis or embarking. So here we can see we can dock some air dinghies. I need to make an air dinghy, by the way, but the thought is that an air dinghy is a very tiny airship you can use to get to places. And that's kind of a thing I want in my imaginary universe with stuff I'm gonna build. So basically, the Army of Gimodism needs an official little transport dinghy. However, the Gimli won't have any default drones, so this is only for delivering guests here. Here we can see, welcome to the greatest party ever. Here you are invited to feast in Golden Hall. Very nice. Well, you watched Gimli defeat all the cataclysmic foes of the Army of Gimodism. Cheer on. Yes, drinks are free. So in any case, this is called the Gimle because in Norse mythology, that is the hall, the golden hall covered with gemstones in the roof right here. That is the only place that survives the Ragnarök cataclysm while all the humans and gods die. And in the golden hall of Gimle, all the worthy souls await to populate the new fresh air with the new fresh earth with new gods and no of the old humans left, except the ones that stay in Gimle. And because one of the reasons why I made this ship was to conquer the Brensos Ragnarök 2.0, then I thought I need a fitting name, because Ragnarök usually destroys everything, so you know, I needed to find something that actually works. And that's Gimle. That's the only thing I could find. So here we have a beautiful little cash register in case you need to get some tickets here. Now the chef has already cooked all the food, so he's just sleeping there. And we got some personnel standing around there. Do you see this beautiful food? Doesn't it look very nice? It's a very nice feasting hall and absolutely not dangerous at all. You can stay here and nothing bad will happen because the Gimli is so superior. It won't die. Hubris, anyone? I'm hoping I don't need to eat that up. I probably will. I most certainly will. Look, the setup bookshelf thing with rings. And here we have... So the second person that leaves enough likes is the other sleeping Matrus here. No, that's already people in the Army of Gimodism. But anyways, we can watch out here. It looks pretty cool. So there we have this area. Now we can go down. And do you see the Army of Gimodism chandelier? I think it's very impressive. But that's because I made it. But anyways, let's move down here. And we can go down to this area, where we have some additional auxiliary detection, EMP insulated of course, and the pool table that Setup also made. I think Setup is the Matrus here that actually do the games here, I believe. In any case, bet some money, the surplus goes directly to the Army of Gimodism war efforts. Yay! So you're exiting the main party area, don't get in the way of personnel. So yeah. When you go below here, it's not party area per se. Of course, you can go here. There are some drinks down here too, and really, even more of them. Why? Because never enough Daka. I imagine Desert Dragon said that. I don't know if he's okay with me using his name and stuff like that in here, but I think so. He's our community manager at our Discord server, one of them. So that's really nice. In any case, I wanted to include him here a little bit. He watches from the depth sometimes, but I'm not sure he watches this, so he might be not knowing. In any case, let's go down here. Here we can go to this little deck where we have the guns sitting around here. And remember, don't get in the way. And then you can move out here and you go to another promenade deck. So here is the look you are used to be seeing. We got the decals in the Army of Gimodism, of course, and we also got some smokestacks going on here if some Matruses want to control the engines. It's right there. We also have some beautiful Army of Gimodism flags going on there, and here we can access the interiors of the ship going down here and be moving out to this part of the deck where we see the guns and stuff like that. We can of course go down here, and we can go down to the bottom here. There is nothing there really, but I wanted to make it walkable fully. It's not super conveniently walkable, but I wanted to make it walkable at least. So here we can go to the bow deck going on here. I think it looks pretty cool. We got a diff gun, we got lamp systems, we got more flak sieves diffs and stuff like that. This is really low. The waves don't go over the deck when we are experience the game with not the fancy waves. But the fancy waves sometimes go over, so that's I guess that's not great. But in any case, moving on, we should. Oh, by the way, you can walk down there if you want to, but that's just boring. But I wanted all areas to be accessible, basically. Gimle battleship commissioned by Lord Admiral Jim Modism, that's my official title, for the army of Jim Modism, constructed in Jim Modism Industries Shipyards 1. Gimle is the golden and gemstone roofed hall where all the worthy people reside during the Ragnarok cataclysm in Norse mythology. Yes, it's a real thing. So left bow decks, right bridge, promenade deck, and the golden hall. So yeah, we backtrack ourselves back into the bowels of the ship. We have the interiors here. As you know from last episode, we added some more interior armor and stuff like that to make it a little bit more survivable. Okay, no comment, just why? So we have more 64 pounders here in case we lose the other armament. So we're just gonna drag out those, and hopefully we'll win the battles with the 64 pounders. Do not underestimate the power of 64 pounders. In any case, this is the what is this? Starboard dock. Yeah, here we have the starboard dock. It's tiny and probably never gonna be used, but it exists, can be good in case we have damage on the port dock, I mean. So here you get in. So this is of course the port dock. It's a little bit more fancy like this, looking pretty nice and everything. And you can just walk in here. Welcome to the Gimle battleship. This is the port dock. If you enter here, it probably means you were not eligible for an air dinghy to the main hall, or came via a large vessel, but that's okay too. Or perhaps your shift starts now, Matros. Welcome to your service. Enjoy the machinery and the guts of the Gimle, and don't touch sensitive equipment. Thank you. Here we have one that really want to touch sensitive equipment, but no, he's overseeing you. 2 bow deck, promenade deck, flybridge, and starboard dock. So here we have the stern deck and aft sun deck. Enjoy your stay, and don't forget the sunscreen. Really important. You need to use sunscreen, otherwise you'll be sad in 30 years. So here we can walk up there, we can get to the turret there if we want to, not sure why we would. But here we have the sun deck, and now I can't walk here because there is actually a barrel here, so we need to jump over it. Come on. No, we're stuck inside. Ah, the power of instant teleportation to shares. Yeah, well, here we have it. Here we have another sleeping Matros not doing their job, but whatever. I'm sure he'll be fine. By the way, did you know that we have some auxiliary extra ammo storage down here? So if there is a battle, it may be so that it's safer in the Golden Hall than in the sun deck here. But you don't need to tell people that. Wait, I just told you, that's bad. In any case, here we have it. And the Gimle also is covered in beautiful Latin quotes, like acta non verba, which is the motto for this ship, as well as vendi, vidi, victi. Do you know what that means? Then it means you're educated. Congratulations, leave an extra like if you're educated. If not, get educated and leave a like later. In any case, here we have it. I guess that's all the parts and the decorations of the ship. So the Gimle is hereby complete. And I will say this, go to Steam Workshop and download this beast, because it wants your downloads. Yeah. And if you're wondering what the beautiful sound is in the background, well, we are accompanied, I can't pronounce that right now, but basically real seagulls are singing for us. Isn't that very beautiful? So in any case, if you enjoy this build, well, I really hope you do. Then you should definitely stay tuned, where we have more projects coming on. But right now we are going to start and having the battles with this beautiful little ship.